station. The sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. More than 57,000 students who qualified for university admission have not been placed in any degree course, according to COOPS. The Ministry of Education has extended the application review period to give affected students another chance to apply for available courses. Meanwhile, more than 200,000 students have secured places in universities, colleges, and other tertiary institutions. The Law Society of Kenya will on Friday hold a nationwide march in solidarity with advocates Esther Wairimo and Edward Muthe, whose killings it has strongly condemned. LSK President Charles Kanjama described the deaths as an attack on the administration of justice and called for an audit of contested land matters handled by the Kenya Forest Service Legal Department to establish whether Esther Wairimo's killing was linked to her official duties.
The Law Society of Kenya demands 1. The immediate establishment of a high-level multi-agency investigative team to investigate the deaths, immediate security interventions, and institutional protection for advocates serving in public institutions and regulatory bodies whose work exposes them to threats from criminal syndicates, corrupt networks, and other unlawful actors.
Kiharu Member of Parliament Ndindi Nyoro has called for an independent investigation into the government sale of its Safaricom shares to Vodacom. He claims the transaction may have cost taxpayers billions of shillings and is urging the Capital Markets Authority and the Nairobi Securities Exchange to investigate possible market manipulation.
They must investigate the probable price manipulation of Safaricom share price for the last 8 months. Kwa sababu ni dhahiri somebody was clearly suppressing the share price. Na vile sasa imefanyika, tunaona ya kwamba share sasa inapanda. That as today in the market, Kenyans have already lost over 12 billion Kenya shillings. If you only calculate by today's Safaricom share price. Ni kuonyesha ya kwamba tungewekelea hii share na hii kampuni ya Safaricom, kila mtu angekuwa anataka kununua apewe nafasi, tungepata watu pengine wangepea wa Kenya even over 350 billion Kenya shillings.
The United States has carried out new airstrikes on Iran after President Donald Trump warned the U.S. will hit them hard again following Tuesday's exchange of attacks. Iranian state media reported explosions in the southern port cities of Sirik and Badr Abbas along the Strait of Hormuz. After the strikes, Trump said they were in retaliation for what he called Iran's attack on ships, warning that any further attacks will be met with an even stronger response. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome indeed to the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mung'ala Mbuvi and this is the People's Breakfast. Kawaida tunakuanga hapa na City Muga and today is no different. It is actually the 9th day of July. This year is moving quite fast, isn't it? I don't know if I'm the one who's just feeling this, ama I'm the one who's busy, ama mimi ndio niko na memory lapses, but I feel like this year has really gone very fast. So if you're feeling the same way, why don't you let us know? You can find us on our social media spaces. That is at Radio Gen KE on all of them. We're talking about TikTok, Facebook, X. We are talking about YouTube. Did you say why? Unajua kitambo mtu alikuwa anakuuliza why unamwambia X. So why did you do this? X.
That one, and when you said it, you really thought you were clever. I
said it one day to my teacher, bwana, ile coffee nilikula. And me, I was just joking. Kumbe her, she was just in one of those days that you do not joke with her. Mekuja party, Mbuvi, why did you X? Yeah. Lakini sitacha nikuulize kitu moja juu wewe ulikuwa mwalimu na uchukue your microphone. When you were dealing, wait, were you a high school teacher or a primary school teacher?
I was a high school teacher.
High school teacher. Did you ever just have a bad day with your kids, with your students? Sorry.
I would have bad days, but
would you
let it out? Never. Never.
Even when you've had a really bad day, like
never.
A bad day ile mumekosana kwa nyumba.
I'm trying to, but man,
umeamka umepata.
Bro, when I was teaching, I wasn't married.
Okay, umeamka umepata, what is this thing called? Account haina kitu, mesota, umeletewa bill fulani hapa and you're like, what is this?
When I was teaching, I didn't have those problems. I honestly didn't.
We are leading very different lives.
The thing is this, by the time I taught for 10 years and with the Teacher Service Commission is when I started earning 4,000 shillings.
4,000?
It was a lot of money, Chief. Don't be fooled.
I can imagine.
The starting salary, I think, was 2,000, if not 2,100, 2,200.
Yes.
And every year you'd get an increment of 10% from the Teacher Service Commission.
Oh, every year?
Yes.
10%?
Yes.
So in 10 years, you've doubled your salary,
yes.
Your initial salary.
But that's how come I ended up with 4,000. See, I started with the 2.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So that money, I have never earned so much money in my life. Because I was able to pay for the living quarters I had.
Yes.
I was able to feed myself, though there I'm cheating because I would go to my parents' house to eat more often than not.
Okay.
I had enough money to do very many things. I could save. I could put money in the sacco.
Yes.
I mean, it was... When I look back, man.
Edna is asking, is City saying that marriage is a ghetto?
No. You asked. I merely said because in your preamble in the conversation, you said perhaps I had some domestic issues, and I told you when I was teaching, I was not married.
Izo shida ukuwa nazo.
Yes. So if I had an issue, it had to do with other things, but it wasn't. It had nothing to do with marriage because I wasn't married.
Yes.
Me,
I went to work my first ever proper paying job. End of the month you were expecting a substantial amount of money and it's consistent. It was when I went to work for Urban Radio in Kisumu. And you can imagine I left my family in Nairobi because I didn't know what to find in Kisumu. Sikuwa na nyumba, sikuwa na chochote. Actually, for a very good significant amount of the time that I was in Kisumu, I was housed by my employer. And I couldn't bring my family to that place because it was a community house, if I can call it. So there's no way I'd bring my family there. Lakini wacha nikuambie, nilikuwa na stress on a daily.
Why?
Tulikuwa tunashinda tukikosana because anashanga bwana, this is taking forever. You're not bringing us to Kisumu. What are you doing there?
Why are you not bringing us to Kisumu? Do
you have another wife there? So you can imagine the drama that was there entire time. Kila asubuhi City nilikuwa nafika hivi kwa studio. Munasikia nikiongea vizuri, nimepiga story kwa radio, lakini zile ma SMS zinaingia hapa kwa simu.
No problem. The problem, Paul, wasn't what was happening on the domestic front.
Yes.
Nobody had taken the time to explain to you what that sort of separation does.
Yes. Actually, you're right. And we had a very young child, like literally months old. Yes. And I got that offer and I couldn't say no to that offer.
No.
Unajua umetoka you've been struggling for scraps huku nje. Aujui ile siku utapata 1,000 ama ile siku utapata 10,000. So there's a day you can even actually get nothing. There's a good day you'll get a client who will pay you even 20-30k.
And the family will be happy.
Lakini sasa hii umepigwa simu umepatiwa job where you have this and it's good salary. Money. Nika salary kazuri na nika consist uko sure for the next contract near 3 years. Hautateseka. Mimi nilienda Kisumu bana.
The thing that I have understood about marriage over time.
Yes.
The things that are important in marriage you're never told.
Very true.
As a man, nobody explains to you and tells you this is how this thing works. But significantly, the men do not tell you how women think. Because when you've been married for a while, you have a clear understanding.
Do they all think the same though?
Do all men think the same though?
No.
Precisely.
You and I don't even think the same.
Oh, we do. We have commonalities.
Okay.
We do. We do. And that cuts across generations. There is a way in which men do certain things. Then the difference comes in the manifestation of it, how you would go about it. Okay? Every generation of men chase women, or so they think they're chasing women.
Yeah.
The truth is actually the complete opposite. You don't chase. A woman who you think you're chasing has allowed you to chase her.
Right.
When you get into a situation where you're now married,
yes,
marriage, remember, it's not a question of what you think about the marriage. This person whom you're married to has also come with ideas and expectations.
Yeah. She has come with her own mind.
Now, hujui. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Hujui, and you haven't been told yet.
Munakujanga kujua when fights start,
that's when you start
manifesting.
Yeah, but you don't see them as you start wondering, where is that person I used to date? Where is that person whom I married? Because this one is different.
Yeah, very true.
Actually, they're not different. No.
Me, I believe the first day of when you meet and you go for your first date. Let me call it the first date because the first time you meet and the first date might be different. But the first date, that is the only happiest moment you will ever have in that relationship. After that,
no.
Sitimi nakwambia ukweli. Date number 1 inakuanga the best because unajua ndio mnajuana hatueni kutoka wapi? Muhoroni. Wow, me I come from Kitui. So it's usually fun. But after that, now the second date. Sasa mnapimana. Nataka kuona kama venye alikuwa amevaa last time ndio atavaa this time. Nywele yake ya last time kama ndio nywele yake ya this time. Alinipeleka restaurant fulani last time. Is he going to upgrade or is he downgrading or am I going to his house? The first date is the happiest moment you'll ever have in that relationship. After that, judgment galore na vita zinaanzanga hapo.
It's the understanding. There are people who compliment you, okay?
Yes.
By criticizing you.
Okay.
Lakini haionekani mzuri. They are actually trying to tell you you need to improve. But see, the software we have for listening and understanding, we know this is a criticism.
It is a software.
Yeah, the one which you've downloaded for understanding, and some of it comes in the hard drive, okay?
Yes.
And you start feeling, no, I'm being judged here.
Yeah.
Then wrongly. And then you start feeling, this person is never satisfied with anything. Okay? The problem is, again, let me just say it, so that we move on to a different topic.
Right.
You're not adequately prepared. The people who should tell you didn't tell you.
Sawa City. Juu kuna nywele ya white, ndakubaliana na wewe.
So you are agreeing with my hair.
No, I agree juu kuna nywele ya white. But you're right, City. It is now 13 minutes past 6 o'clock. Let me see what is happening, what is interesting about this day in history. Let me see what I need to choose something interesting that we can actually talk about here. Let me talk about this one, about 1595. Rebel leader Ray Amador launched a massive organized slave revolt on the island of Sao Tome, burning several sugar mills. And in 1595, we had slaves. 1595. I know we've had slaves even before the time of Jesus, but I'm just thinking, slaves kuna mali walifika wakaamua tu if bad.
What do you think Haiti is?
It was a
slave revolt. Yes.
1595.
Yes.
And this one is actually documented.
Yes.
Norma. In 1868, the 14th Amendment was officially ratified into the U.S. Constitution, granting citizenship and equal protection under the law to all persons born or naturalized in the United States. U.S. went through several fights before they actually got to where they are today.
They went through very many fights.
From civil wars to legislative wars.
Actually, let's start from the beginning, shall we? The U.S. is populated by Europeans, predominantly Europeans. And the Europeans who first went to the Americas, as they were called, were running away from their country.
Yes.
They were unhappy with what they found there. They were either being persecuted, or they were having a hard time. I'm talking now over generations, or they had a famine, but they didn't go there because, well, let's just go for a tour. No, things are too thick here, let's go somewhere else.
Yeah.
But in the true tradition of Europeans had been imperialists. Even long before the word was invented, they just didn't know it.
Okay.
Because the exploration for new lands was to find new lands that they could exploit. That's the thing you need to understand.
Yes.
And that's why the monarchs gave these people like Vasco da Gama, Amerigo Vespucci, all these guys. That's why they were given charters. So when you came back to your home country, whether it was Portugal, whether you're Sir Francis Drake, or whoever these other people
Christopher
were,
Columbus,
all those fellows, you also went back with the loot for your monarch. And your monarch would reward you, depending on the amount of loot you brought back.
Yeah.
But you were not necessarily trading, you were pillaging.
Mlikuwa mnaingia pale, you just take whatever
and kill people in the process.
You are thugs.
Yes,
exactly. They were thugs.
But if you look at European history, that's how they knew how to live.
Okay.
When the Nordic countries started to invade what we now call Europe, Central Europe,
like in England,
yes,
France,
but that's exactly
Germany.
That's exactly what they did. They would sack those places
and
they would
kill their men.
That's the point.
Take their women.
Yes. That's how they went about their business. So they may have morphed with time and appeared to be perhaps less vicious. They were not. Their understanding was, how do you do the same thing differently? Okay? So when you go to someone's country, I'm talking about Americas.
Yes.
You kill almost the entirety of that population, and then you take over the role. You call yourself Americans. And the people whose land it is, you've killed. But they did not think it was a big thing.
Yeah.
That's how they went.
For them, it was normal.
That's how they went about their business. The thing that interfered with that thinking was Christianity. Because Christianity then taught you cannot just go around killing people. You can't do this.
Yeah, thou shalt not kill.
Yes. And that's what put a blockade on a really lucrative trade called the slave trade.
Yeah.
There are towns in the UK that were built from the wealth that came about by trading in slaves. History of spices were all good and well, but slaves were far more lucrative.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially huku Southern America. Huku.
Yes. So when you consider European thinking, to understand it with clarity, you need to look at the history of Argentina, who had a black population that comprised almost 30% of the population. And they very methodically and systematically reduced that population.
Yeah.
Either by the wars that we had, the first and the second, put them in the forefront so that they would die, or making sure that the women who remained intermarried. So the blackness of the population was reduced minimally, while at the same time, they allowed Italians to come to the country, the Spaniards, all the Holocaust terrormongers, they went to Argentina. That is a European thinking. And this is a thing that one must understand.
Yes.
So when you look at someone like the President Trump, start by asking, where does his ancestors come from?
Yeah.
Then everything that he does will become a lot clearer.
Okay.
They're not doing anything new.
Yeah.
No.
Ni
wow. That's them.
They have just brought it to the 21st century.
That's them. And the only thing that has interfered with it again is the Christian faith.
All right.
Bila hiyo.
Saa hizi dunia ingekuwa tofauti.
Bro, and not for the better.
All right, so then there you have it. There's a program I'll direct you to. It's called Outlander. It's on YouTube, not YouTube. It's on Netflix. Outlander. It has a little bit of science fiction because there's time travel involved in there, but everything else other than that is actually a depiction of some of even the great wars that happened in Europe in the, can I say, in the 17th century, coming this way. from the 17th century all the way to the 20th century. And it depicts some of those behaviors that we're talking about, how they even left Europe to come to the Americas, and how they just literally killed these guys that we call the Native Americans.
We did.
Aya, sawa sawa. Acha kuna watu wa kusalimia before tuingie. Before tupatie methali yetu ya leo. Louise Rudasingo amesema good morning. John Mutua, good morning as well. Anasema yuko tuned in. Huyu ni ule jamaa wa Qatar, na Louise ni ule jamaa wa Kigali in Rwanda. Creative Dan says good morning City and Mbuvi. City is too wisdomious. Yani loaded with excess wisdom. Keep on enlightening us. Yes, indeed, Creative Dan. Be what was good morning City and Mbuvi. Tuned in from Nandi. And then Finisimo amesema greet CT scan Muga. CT scan. Good morning.
CT scan.
Kuna majina mingi, si CD, si CP, si CT scan, si sweetie. Zote ni zako. Haya, tuende kazi. Methali.
Unataka kuuliza mimi?
Methali.
Okay.
Niangalie. So ulisema this week tuko all over Africa.
Bro, there is no way I'm going to tell you which country these proverbs come from.
Yes.
Wewe utajua tu ni proverb. Ni methali. Hiyo tu.
Tuende kazi.
Okay. What you mean is so wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it.
Wisdom is like a baobab tree. No. Kuna wengine wanaitanga baobab. But wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one single person can embrace it.
No one individual can embrace it.
Okay. But you know, the baobab tree has a very huge circumference. And even if you were to hug it, chances are your hands won't meet on the other side.
You hug it if you want, lakini utahug a portion of it, but not its entirety.
Okay.
Yes. So
I got it, man. I got it.
Umegacha.
It's a lovely proverb.
Yes.
Let's get into this thing called radiogeneration.co.ke. Kajiado accuses KWS of blocking Amboseli Park handover. See this thing they were given last year.
Well, how do you give people something that belongs to them?
Well, I mean, in terms of the operations, yes. Okay. It was handed over last year. Kwani bado hii happen? Let me see. This is what has been written by Maureen Kenya Jui. Kajiado County government has accused the Kenya Wildlife Service of refusing to honor the transfer of Amboseli National Park, setting the stage for a fresh confrontation over the park's management and revenue, despite an earlier directive by President William Ruto handing it over to the county. Governor Joseph Olelenku claimed KWS had continued to interfere with the transition process even after all the agreed transfer procedures were completed in November of 2025. We wish to ask KWS to keep off our Amboseli while all transfer functions were completed in November of 2025. The revenue sharing agreement was to take effect on July 1st. Okay. So today is July 9th. They have been waiting for Kaching-Ching. That Kaching-Ching has not checked into the account. Now I get why.
Kaching-Ching to settle into the account, it must exist.
Yeah.
So
are we saying that there's no money? No. Are we saying that no tourists, domestic or foreign, have gone to Amboseli in the last couple of days or weeks or even months?
I am saying that would it not make more sense if they bothered to find out how much Kaching-Ching actually comes into the coffers.
Okay.
So that when they're talking about equitable share, whatever it is they're talking about, they have a clear idea of what it is that is due to them.
Yeah.
Just taking ownership doesn't mean you're going to make money.
Yeah.
Because if the money is if it's going to be run by the county government, they're going to collect less than they were collecting.
Okay.
No, sorry. They are going to realize less.
Yeah.
They'll still collect what they are collecting, but they'll have silent partners.
What does that mean?
It means kuna watu hapo watakuwa wanachukua pesa na wanajiwekea.
Na haifiki mali nafaa kufika.
Yes, if we see the same that happens with parking, what makes you think that if people come into the park, you will not see the same activity?
Let me ask, in this kind of agreement, KWS will continue being at the gates. Of course, they will continue manning the parks because they're the guys who have the expertise anyway. But the money collected will go directly to the to the county government, or what will happen? Or will KWS take like 50-50?
Government money goes to e-citizen, just so that we understand
Yes.
each other hapo.
Okay.
Tusiende mbali sana.
All right.
Okay? If the agreement indicates with clarity, like in the Mara, that the county government are the ones who are in charge of everything.
Yes.
A KWS ni watu wako tu kule msituni. Wanaangalia XYZ, maybe wako tu kwa gate, wakichunguza, but the operations of the collections is with the county government.
Okay.
Then you would ask the question, what systems are you using to collect the money?
So what we are saying is that Masai Mara in Narok County, then they already know how to do it. And we can benchmark with them. Or rather, Kajiado can benchmark.
They could. If they wanted to, they could, because they actually get very good revenue, but they need to understand how they go about it.
Okay.
Yes.
Sound.
It's in their interest.
Have you been to Amboseli?
I've been to Mara.
Amboseli is also... I was there for a week. Planted, I think, over like 1,000 trees when I was in primary school. Then went back again when I was in high school. Planted even more trees.
Have you planted trees in your neck of the woods?
Yes, in Kitui County. My friend, ukikuja kwetu kwa compound yetu, forget the rest of the county. You will actually get into a forest.
It's nyumbani kwenu I'm concerned about.
Yes.
Here watu wengine is not my business.
Kwetu ukikuja, you will get into a forest, bro.
For sure.
Yes. Hiyo unaweza kuja. Aya, next story. Oburu urges Ruto to be a benevolent dictator in driving Kenya's economic agenda. Did you watch this video clip?
How do you comment on that thing without sounding like you're being insulting?
Let me read what Maureen has written. ODM leader Oburu Odenga has urged President William Ruto to remain firm in pursuing policies that will secure Kenya's long-term economic future, saying bold leadership is sometimes necessary to overcome political resistance and deliver lasting benefits for the country. Speaking after witnessing progress on the Sovereign Wealth Fund bill at State House on Wednesday, the Siaya senator said he had advised the president to focus on decisions that serve the national interest, even when they are unpopular. Now, Oburu said he encouraged Ruto to occasionally exercise what is described as benevolent dictatorship by standing firm on policies that will strengthen the country's future. All right, City. I watched it and I was really sad. And I asked myself, if Raila were alive today, would he make the same sentiments as leader of ODM, as leader of opposition?
No, he wouldn't. There's a romantic view that some people hold, and I've heard this argument put across.
Okay.
That, you need a strong leader who will do A, B, C, D, and so, and they give examples of Rwanda. Some who have a sense of history give you example of Uganda.
Right.
Actually, Uganda and Rwanda had very different experiences from Kenya. Uganda was at war with itself for a very long time. Okay? The number of times the governments changed and they were deposed. Obote, Idi Amin out, Tito Okello in, so God knows who in. Aye. Rwanda from 61, they had 1961 and even an earlier time. Rwanda and Burundi were one country.
Yes.
Then these clever Belgians and the French decided they know better. Okay. So by the time someone like President Kagame comes into power, what was the backdrop? The backdrop was when there's a genocide.
Yeah.
1 million people had been killed. Okay. For what? For just being from a certain community. That's it.
Yeah.
So how do you revive such a country?
By having an iron fist.
You have to be firm. You have to get things in order. It isn't time for you to be playing around with the democracy. Now, I'm saying this because I know I'm going to upset some people.
Right.
But what I mean by playing around with the democracy is this. The democracy that the West has sold us, if you look at the West and their practice of democracy, it's not working very well there.
It's flawed.
It's not working very well. The time they need to revisit it. But if you look at the democracy of the Nordic countries, now these are people who used to fight, forget centuries, okay? They understand the need to unleash capitalism. They also understand the need to have a social democratic approach to things, okay? That's where now the equitable distribution of things come in. You make your money and make it as much as you want. You'll be allowed to keep most of it up to a point. Beyond that, most of it will go into taxes, but you're allowed to make it. Okay? You have to come up with a formula that works for you, and you can't criticize someone's way of doing things. What on earth is Oburu talking about? What on earth is he talking about? Because unless he's going to say he was misquoted.
We all had him.
This particular way of doing things in this country is what has made very many things possible for us. It's what has made it possible for us to have that 2010 constitution. It's what has made it possible for us to have multipartism.
Yes.
It's what has made it possible for you and I to be having this conversation on radio. So you're telling us you want to do away with this. Because when you have a dictatorship, what you're saying is you have surrendered your perspective on things, and you've decided that this particular individual and his 3 or 10 best friends,
ndio wanajua.
That's the point, that they know better than you. No, that's not true. You don't. America, before the comfort of civilization and power got into them, that free and open society is what enabled them to grow. That's why they became such a beautiful country. That's why they became a power. That's why they became all these things, because people were allowed to think. People were allowed to innovate. People were allowed to go about their business as they saw fit. People were given the freedom. That is the freedom that makes us look and say, this we don't want, this we don't want. Why? Because we have seen its expression and the outcome.
Yeah, the reason actually that I was also sad is because, and I was asking if the late Raila were alive today, angesema vitu kama hizi, considering that guy was locked up for 8 years. His relatives died while he was still incarcerated. The mother died, yes. Mama yake alikufa akiwa bado ndani.
This same Oburu, this man was the provincial planning officer for Mombasa.
Yes.
People who joined the services long before him were promoted ahead of him.
Yes.
He was stuck in that job because he happened to be Jaramogi's son and Raila's brother. There was no other reason.
So him saying this, hey, niliwatch your clip jana akisema hivyo, nikasema why, why? Unajua saa zingine saa zile umeshiba uonangi ni kama watu wengine wako na njaa.
Wacha hivyo. I think he kushiba is good, because then you get to know how somebody actually genuinely thinks. Because I don't take this lightly.
Yeah.
No. I take it that this is a man who believes that when he tells you something, you should just run and do it, and so not ask too many questions. Unfortunately, in this country, that doesn't work. You will be asked, what do you mean, sir?
I found it really... Anyway, like I said, sasa umeshiba, mtu mwingine akikwambia akona njaa, hauelewangi extent hiyo hanga. Unaonanga tu unaambia ngoja kidogo nitakuitisha chipo huko chini zitakama. Wewe tulia tu. Na jamaa unaambia hivyo anakufa saa hizo.
Traffic.
Alright, tuje tuangalie barabara zinakaa namna gani. Looking at the map of Nairobi. No, this is Mombasa. Okay. Looking at the map, and let me just refresh to ensure that I'm getting the latest. Mombasa County is looking good-ish. Kengeleni pale naona ni kama kuna traffic kidogo tu. Sababu watu ni kama wamerudi back to normal programming. Watu wamekumbuka lazima kazi ifanywe, pesa itengenezwe. Nikiangalia barabara yote pia iko sawa kwa sasa hivi. Unaongelelea kutoka pale Kengeleni tukirudi nyuma hadi Nyali. Pale City Mall Nyali, ya barabara iko sawa kabisa. Na kule 6th Avenue, 4th Avenue, 2nd Avenue kuko sawa, kuna hata msongamano hata wa gari hata moja, hata pikipiki, nothing. Links Road ambayo inatoka kule Nyali sasa ikikuja sehemu za Mkomani, hiyo barabara yote iko nywe. Hakuna hata shida yoyote, hakuna sehemu nyekundu, hakuna ya manjano, kila kitu kiko sawa. Links Road pia ambayo inatoka hapo ikienda kushikana na Kengeleni iko sawa. Sheikh Abdullah Road ambayo ni jana ama ni juzi tulikuwa tumesema iko haina magari, leo naona mko sawa, mnasonga vizuri, hakuna msongamano. Alafu there is also this other barabara, hii inajulikana kama nini sasa, hii haina jina, hii ni A109 inakuja kupatana na B8. Yes, there's a little bit of traffic there. To be honest, I do not know the name of this road because it's not written. But yeah, at least traffic is moving there. Ronald Ngala is grey. Okay, I don't know why, but I don't trust
Grey
this map.
There's no traffic.
Actually, there is nothing. Forget no traffic. There is not a single vehicle. But yes, so there's nothing there. Ronald Ngala iko empty kabisa. Lumumba Road pia iko empty. Alafu kule sehemu za Shimanzi, alafu hii ni Makande Road, hiyo pia iko sawa kabisa. Kwa hivyo watu wa Mombasa, yani kwa ufupi mnasonga vizuri. Nikiingia katika bara la Afrika huko akina Bakarani, kule Bombolulu, Hala Park, kule Jomo Kenyatta Public Beach, barabara yoyote ambayo inaenda kwenye bichi na inapita ikienda mpaka Mtwapa, hiyo iko sawa kwa sasa. Kumbe Mtwapa inakuanga Kilifi County.
Yes, it is.
Ala?
Once ukivuka bridge, once you cross the bridge,
you're in Kilifi County.
You're in Kilifi County.
You know, sometimes when I'm in Mombasa, actually niendanga kutafuta lodgings huku Mtwapa.
You're in Kilifi County.
Sasa naambia watu niko Mombasa, kumbe niko Kilifi.
Well, Shanzu sasa ni kama ndio mwisho wa Mombasa.
Naambia watu mimi niko Mwambazani, niko hapa Mtwapa, kumbe niko Kilifi. Nairobi County, let's see. Ala? Nairobi County, if I can just zoom in and out, not a single spot is red apart from that one spot at Royal Nairobi Golf Club. That's the only place that I can see some reddish because it's a junction. Otherwise, Nairobi County yote kulengara mnasonga vizuri. Oh wait, wacha niache kusema kwa sababu pale Murang'a Road kutoka Muthaiga pale, hapo tu pekee ndio kuna kashida ka traffic kidogo, lakini kila kitu kingine chote kinasonga vyema. All right, so there's your traffic update. You guys are moving quite well, which is good news at 6:36 in the AM. Tuingie kwa gazetini. The Standard newspaper front page says the untouchable cop. What do they mean? I'm sure you guys have already seen this story somewhere. A young woman is fighting for her life after she was allegedly pushed from a 6th floor apartment in Kasarani, leaving her paralyzed. At the center of the allegations is a police officer who was demoted from OCS rank over alcoholism. 4 days later, the officer whose whereabouts detectives know has not been arrested, prompting fresh questions over the pace and handling of the investigation. City, have you heard of this story? Have you read it anywhere?
No, I haven't.
So there's this couple, two ladies. It is said that they're in a relationship, and they had an altercation a few days ago
with each other.
Waligombana, walikuwa wametoka kujivinjari, mahali wametoka kujivinjari, wakaingia nyumbani, wakaendelea na kamunyweso. Then mmoja ule ambaye ni anasemekana ni rank ya OCS, the officer now attacked the girlfriend.
Wait. One of these girls...
There are two ladies, yes.
And one of them was a police officer.
One of them is an OCS, yes. A rank of OCS.
And that's the one who had been demoted.
Yes, they are saying police officer who was demoted from OCS rank over alcoholism. So because of alcoholism, ni kama kidogo alimwambia, we are taking a few of your stripes. But that's besides the point. So they had this altercation. And then she threw her girlfriend from one of the balconies, from her balcony actually, because it's on the 6th floor. Na before mtupe alikuwa amemtandika vibaya tena sana. According to neighbors, eyewitnesses, wanasema even before she threw this lady off the balcony, she had beaten her with some bottles and even caused some cuts on her body several times, because even when the detectives that went to the crime scene found that her bed ilikuwa imelowa na damu, it was really drenched in blood, meaning that the victim had lost a significant amount of blood by the time she was being thrown off the balcony. So fast forward, they are saying that the police know where this alleged perpetrator is, but they are not arresting her. Hiyo ndio iko pale, wanamuita untouchable cop. Mimi ninajiuliza kwa sababu gani mambo haya. Of course kuna mambo mengi tunaweza tuzungumzia hapa, lakini just straight to the point, ukikosana na mtu si unaenda left, anaenda right.
If you are demoted because you have a problem with alcohol,
yes,
the relationship with alcohol is bad. What do you think that means? Alcohol, by its very nature, is a mind-altering substance.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So if on this particular occasion, as you have preambled it well, they had been drinking.
Yes.
So what do you think this lady was in? What state of mind do you think she was in?
When she was inebriated.
Yes, because by the time you're being demoted, it means people have seen you inebriated.
Yeah.
They've seen how you behave. And it's contrary to the rules, regulations of the duties.
Na by the serikali by the time inakudemote.
Mazee umejaribu. Ngumu.
By the time inafika mahali nasema ai hapana siti sasa kidogo nao.
No, they usually transfer you.
Even if inaanzanga.
Yeah, they transfer you.
Yeah.
Then they transfer
so
you.
they give you time to think.
Yeah, they give you time to find out.
Have you realized what's happening?
Yeah, iko nini? Demotion. They figured nani. This is a position of authority. The harm that is going to be caused here, we may not be able to be, which also tells you there are things you have done that we don't know about. Because for you to be demoted, it's something that is documented. There are things you have done, they know, and they're saying this can escalate and we don't really want it to get there, so demote them.
Now, why is she not being arrested?
She'll be arrested.
Ni nini wanangoja?
Si wanangoja tu, lakini she'll be arrested. That one do not doubt, she will be arrested.
I'm reminded of a story, and I'm not saying that this one will end in a similar way, but I'm reminded of a story that happened a couple of years ago. There was a lady cop again who it is alleged was in crime.
Today is UN Day for what exactly?
There's not a single thing on their website.
Oh, phew. For once, there's nothing.
Even yesterday, there was nothing.
Oh, that is good. We have thought every day.
Even tomorrow, there's nothing.
Oh, that is good. At least they've given us a break. Right, carry on.
I'm reminded of a story where one lady did something, one police officer, and before she was gunned down...
The police officer was gunned down?
No, wait. According to the report, she killed herself in her parents' bathroom.
Okay.
Choo ya nje.
That story.
Unakumbuka story?
I understand that story very well.
Mara,
she shot a boyfriend.
Yes.
Then she moved.
She fled.
Shot somebody else wherever she went.
Yes. Then eventually she went to her parents' pit latrine ambayo iko nje, and then she killed herself in that particular toilet.
You know, these people must employ storytellers, good ones, because that story,
it didn't make sense.
It makes no sense whatsoever.
Mahali alikuwa amejua hata hakukuanga na blood spatter. Unajua ile if you shoot yourself,
found in a corner.
Damu itapasuka, italipuka huko kwa ukuta na tutapata ingine imemwagika hapa chini. That was not found in this officer's situation. And that is, and then again, no one had a shot in the entire neighborhood. Hakuna alisikia bunduki imefanya nini? Imefiatuliwa.
Silencer, brother.
Lakini huyo mama hakuwa na silencer.
Unajuaje?
But si walipata hiyo vitu vile alipatikana.
Yeah, maybe they didn't look sufficient.
Long story short, mimi ninajuanga mambo ya ikifikanga mambo ya polisi, checks and balances kidogo, because there's only one thing that can explain why this particular officer, if indeed it is true they know her whereabouts, why she hasn't been arrested, is because she knows something and she's holding some kind of cards. Na amesema boss, mkinishika hii nani nasema.
Let me tell you something about the police service from what I have observed. That may hold true for people who are in her direct line of command. It can't be the entirety of the police service.
Of course.
Okay? When somebody is injured, you should pray this lady doesn't die. Because when somebody dies, that whole issue takes on a completely different complexion.
Nilimuona kwa ile clip niliwatch jana, at least akiwa hospitali alikuwa anaongea. She looks like she's cognitive, so she understands. She can talk, she can explain herself. At the very least, I would say she's not in immediate danger unless complications arise later.
We don't know yet. 6th floor is not around the corner.
Doctors have said she's paralyzed from the waist down.
So she's now paraplegic. I'm trying to tell you, the injuries you incur if you fall from 6th floor.
6th, my friend.
6th Nimbali, bro.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Hey. So let this story unfold. That lady is going to be arrested.
Yeah. All I'm saying is, I hope hajatumia ile ya umkinishika na mimi ninasema hii. That doesn't end well for a lot of people.
That won't end well for her. If that is the case.
Daily Nation front page wanasema ex-EPRA boss tortured workers, and they're saying tortured workers over 96 million shillings. Let's see.
That is an interesting story.
On Saturday, June 27th, 4 employees of Tarita Group Limited gathered at the firm's offices on the 5th floor of Tarita Center in Eldoret Town for what they believed was a routine monthly financial meeting. with their boss, former Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority EPRA Director General Daniel Kipto. But this was an ordinary meeting to reconcile accounts as it turned into a harrowing ordeal over missing cash based on their testimony and a police report. Now, this story is on page 4 and 5. They are saying that this is the profile of the DG. Daniel Kipto, a 42-year-old lawyer, was appointed acting EPRA DG in December 2020 and confirmed to the position on July 1st, 2021 for a 3-year term. His contract was extended, but he resigned from office on April 4th this year amid a fuel scandal probe. Sawa umesikia? Kipto did not respond to queries about the serious allegations by the 4 employees. So he tortured them how? Like he beat them or?
It doesn't seem like they've explained it well, have they?
Because they're saying this was no ordinary meeting to reconcile accounts as it turned into a harrowing ordeal. Harrowing.
How? What is it that made it harrowing?
Harrowing ni nini? Kwa Kiingereza.
Harrowing means intense, discriminatory, violent, and terrifying. There's a word that I want to mention here.
Yes.
Traumatizing.
Okay.
That's harrowing.
So there's a very high probability, if what these witnesses are saying is true, that they were actually physically handled.
They're implying they were physically handled. They were implying that they were traumatized fully. They're not saying how.
Okay.
A meeting where people are talking, yes.
It's a Saturday, you're being told, kuteni kwa ofisi, we need to reconcile a few things here and there.
Yes.
So you go to the office because mdosi amewaita. I mean, this is your direct.
Then you ask, 96 million lienda wapi?
Munafika hapa unasikia, unaona mlango imefungwa kachaka. Unauliza, boss, niaje kwani 96 million iko wapi? Coffee, pa! Nimekuuliza 96 million iko wapi wewe?
Teke.
Teke. Mwingine akijaribu kusema ati, boss, na kumbo, kwawa.
Bas, hiyo. You know, it's easy to say certain things and it's easy to be descriptive.
Yeah.
But if you do not give details that amount to what you are calling harrowing, then that
2025 KUCCP PS placement data. Hii ni ile mnaitanga KUPS. KUPS. So this hii ni mambo ya university.
And you ni KUPS.
KUPS. Nasikia watu wakiita
ni KUPS. Wewe namna gani bwana?
So they are saying,
pronounce all the syllables, please.
KUPS.
Yes,
KUPS. So they're saying 987,536 candidates who sat the 2025 KCSE examination. 40% of applicants choose education-related programs. Sasa hapa mimi niliona history nikasema no. 40% of these students CT that sat for this examination want to become teachers. Yeah. So they are saying 327,157 vacancies in 43 public and 33 private universities. This is 43 public and 33 private. So that's 76 universities. And only 327,000 positions are available. Then they are saying that 202,133 applicants placed in degree programs. 28,246 of these students admitted to Kenya Medical Training College. 500 applicants for diploma in law at the Kenya School of Law. Wait, what? So that's where they'll go and do their diploma. All right. 765 of them applied to join Kenya Utalii College. Good. 875 to join secondary TTC courses. Secondary TTC ni nini? Technical training.
Technical or teacher training college.
I think this is teachers training college. Yes. And then 17,000 placed in private universities. What are they saying? 8,915 qualified but opted for non-degree programs. Okay. And then lastly, 3,000 not placed to varsities of choice and rejected alternatives. So 3,000 of them were told, for example, go to Moi University, study medicine, and like siendi huko mkae na hiyo medicine yenu, mimi nimeenda ushago kulima shamba. So what they're saying is that 9,000 varsity qualifiers shun degree for diploma certificate courses.
Yes.
This is a good thing. Nearly 9,000 students who qualified for university admission in the 2025 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education examinations did not apply for placement to universities, but instead opted to pursue diploma and certificate programs.
That's a good thing.
Story is on page 7.
It is a very good thing.
Over to you.
Did you know that Kericho County is a coffee producing region?
Yes, I knew.
Yes, and did you know that this particular year or this season, they have been the highest producers of coffee in the country?
Okay.
And that they have overtaken Murang'a County. Did you know that?
Wait, is that coffee or tea? You said tea.
Let me repeat. Did you know that Kericho County is the major producer of coffee in the country?
Okay.
You didn't.
So now
I am telling you.
My mind was in tea.
I know your mind was in tea. That's why I let it settle down kidogo. Once it has settled, then I would repeat it.
Okay.
Okay, the year ending 2025-2026 season, the coffee exchange, you have a Nairobi Coffee Exchange. What was raised was 31.96 billion. Yani, tunaweza kawa hiyo pesa. Mingi sana. The thing about inatajwa hizi Kericho,
Yes.
their earnings shot up and they overtook Kirinyaga, which had been the region that produces the most coffee and so makes the most money. They made around 5.1 billion. They were followed by Murang'a.
Murang'a County.
Yeah. Around 4 billion. Then followed by Nyeri. Okay. What I'm saying is the coffee industry is booming.
Good for them, man.
It is booming.
Good for them.
Tell you that region is making money because they are growing
coffee.
Right. In addition to tea. Okay. Umesikia hiyo?
Yeah.
All right.
Nimesikia.
Now let me get to the bang in the middle of the paper.
Twende kazi.
Big test for Wetangula in Sifuna na Tembea Western onslaught. Wetangula and Mudavadi are leading the president's re-election campaign in the region ahead of the polls. And there is yet another article which tells us Sifuna could split Western votes in 2027. All these things are speculative.
Yeah.
We do not know.
We do not know for now. As of 9th July 2026.
No, we do not know. It's just talk at the moment because you would ask these votes that, for instance, Wetangula will bring, where are they going to come from?
Sipungoma.
Okay. Mudavadi?
Mudavadi anakuanga wani wa Vihika.
Yes.
Anakuanga wa Vihika. Si atatoa zake Vihika.
That is a valid point that you make. Okay, Women Fund struggles to recover.
I'm sorry, but let me take you back to that story. Because I'm seeing other folks that are with them that will probably boost their efforts. Ninaona hapa si kuna Wycliffe Oparanya. Si Wycliffe no Kakameka. Fernandez Parasa. Yeah, and then there is Paul Otuomo of Busia. See, if they sort themselves out, they can actually
ask yourself one simple question. I ask because the answer to them I do not know.
Yes.
How popular is Baraza? How popular is Otuoma?
Okay.
Because your popularity is what determines whether you can pull votes. How popular?
But I thought Otuoma being governor, I mean, he.
If you are to follow the traditions that we Kenyans have,
right,
you're popular at the time when you're voting you in.
Things will change
immediately after. My friend.
Because hii pande ya Sifuna na Tawe ni none, of course kuna Trans Nzoia governor George Natembea. Majimbo Kalazinga ni wapi?
See, must be Western.
Okay. Of course kuna Senator Otsotsi hapa. And then there is Jack Wamboka. Actually, I haven't seen Jack Wamboka in a minute. Has he been active in this politics?
I haven't heard. My
goodness. So me, I would consider him inconsequential for now. And then of course there is the big man himself, Edwin Sifuna. So wakijipanga city kitu wanaweza i-divide vizuri venye hii gazeti inasema.
It's early days late. The discussion we're having here is the speculative aspect of this. We are speculating that this is what will happen, this is what will happen, this is what will happen.
Yes.
But I'm telling you this. The moment you have a current governor,
yes,
rest assured that man is infinitely less popular than he was when he first came in.
Okay.
Because they come in with hope. And the truth is, there are many things they cannot do even if they wanted to. And if they can, not quite in the time that people expect and want them to do it in. So they will be unpopular.
All right.
1, 2, there are people who want that job. And they're not going to waste time. They are going to make sure they paint this governor in the worst possible light.
Okay.
And then they'll start comparing you with the immediate former governor. Even if the immediate former governor amounted to not very much. Okay?
That is the comparison.
Yes, in terms of the track record. They'll certainly remember the good things. You know that clinic? And he's saying, where's that clinic?
Yeah.
It's the one just near the mountain.
Ile barabara ya nini ya yende alijenga.
Unaona
Sasa
hiyo?
amefanya nini huyo?
Yes, at least alikuwa ana grade from time to time. We will find mistakes in leaders as soon as they come in. It's our culture. We've developed it. We've actually enthroned it. Now we are cementing it.
Okay.
Okay?
Ushasema.
Nishasema, eh?
Twende kazi.
So that, my friend, is the situation of our politics. Draft coalition deal ready as opposition works on formula for flag bearer. Okay? Experts were tasked with the building of the alliances for this particular discussion. And I am seeing that opposition splitting. I know I don't prophesy. But let's say I'm speculating.
Oh my goodness.
I see that opposition splitting. Vile naiona? Vile wanaendelea?
Hii opposition moja hii yenye tulikuwa tuna hosting hapa hivi.
That one.
Hii akina Kioni, hii na akina Dan Manzo.
That thing's going to split.
No.
There are two, and if they appear to be united, they will. That is just the.
Bro, this thing will hold until 2027, until 10th August. Maybe after that it might break, but on election day, these folks are going to be together.
Actually, they can. That is a possibility. It is actually a very real possibility. But again, it is a real possibility when you consider one thing.
Yes.
When you consider that very many of the people who are in this united opposition can claim to have the votes that they claim to have.
Yes.
But hii ni inakuwaga shida ya siasa yetu.
Okay.
The moment you have people who now have decided that they want to be supporters of, then the discussion of shareholding comes in. Who gets what?
That one, I'm sure, is part of the reason why they haven't really said whether it is Matiang'i or it is Gachagua or it is Martha Karua, because they have not agreed on that. Unaona hiyo formula ya nani atachukua nini?
And I'm telling you they won't agree.
Okay.
Okay? I'm speculating.
Of course you are.
It's very different from prophesying.
All right.
Okay. Kenya now Africa's second largest major arms importer. Ayai.
Tunanua makombora.
Tunanua pia on behalf of the people. Kenya becomes Africa's second largest importer of major arms in 2025, reflecting the country's growing investment in national security and rising regional instability and modernization of its defense forces. Kenya imported 117 million trend indicator value worth of major conventional arms in 2025. More than sixfold increase from 19 million TIVs recorded in 2024. Sixfold. Aye. Sixfold ni mingi. Even if I didn't know what sixfold means,
it means times 6.
Ni mingi. All right. Kenya's foreign investment inflows hit a record 414 billions. Kenya attracted an estimated in US dollars, $3.2 billion US dollars, which amounts to 413.6 billion in foreign direct investment in 2025. Marking its strongest performance ever as investors poured money into the country's digital economy and renewable energy amid business-friendly reforms. Sawa. Hizo pesa zilikuja Kenya zikaenda wapi? Okay. Tuangalie. Startup that refused to fold. Cradle found niche in linking students to foreign universities. Cradle is a bridge. What they do, they have an understanding of very many universities abroad, Australia, Europe, etc.
Yeah.
And they also work with schools to get their students to find the right fit. They get students to understand how best they can actually get scholarships.
Yes.
etc., etc., etc.
And other opportunities.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Have I?
Have you exhausted?
I think I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Umefanya vizuri sana.
Yes.
Tunakushukuru.
Yes.
Kuna mtu amesema hapa, our cabinet secretary is Ruto's new campaign machine. This is on the People Daily. Of course they are. And the speakers of both houses.
No, they're not new.
Wameweka pale Hassan Joho, Alice Wahome, William Kabogo, Rebecca Miano, Geoffrey Ruku, Wycliffe Oparanya, Aden Duale, and of course Lee Kinyanjui.
As you go through that list, you have to ask that all-important question.
Uh-huh.
How popular are they?
Good question.
In the regions they come from.
Why your next car inspection could cost 500,000 shillings in fines. Okay, the People Daily are saying that on page 2. Rising urban population that is causing political threat in Kenya. Okay, and then inside the president's battle to reclaim Mount Kenya region. That one you'll find on page 6 of the People Daily. Big shout out to MC Tonje who says that he's tuned in. Thank you sana Bwana Tonje, tunajuanga wewe ni ule jamaa unakuanga pale 24/7 numero 1. Na wengine wengi nitasalimia tukitoka from the news break. Right now though, let's get into it with Winnie Maganga.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 8 foreign nationals have been rescued from an illegal rehabilitation center in Kajiado County during a dawn operation led by NACADA and other security agencies. The victims, 5 Americans, 2 Canadians and 1 Briton, were allegedly being held against their will. Authorities say the rehabilitation center had been operating without a NACADA license for 6 months and is set to be closed. Public Service Cabinet Secretary Geoffrey Ruku says the government is committed to eliminating payroll fraud in public service. Speaking while handing an audit report on the government's payroll system to the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, Ruku said those behind the alleged fraud must be held accountable.
The investigative process will be conducted objectively, will be conducted fairly, and in accordance with the Constitution and all applicable laws. At the same time, the government will continue implementing the broader institutional reforms aimed at strengthening the payroll governance.
DCI Director Mohammed Amin pledged a thorough investigation and vowed to bring those responsible to justice.
And we have promised to undertake a thorough, professional and evidence-based investigation into the suspected payroll fraud, including the reported irregularities amounting to shillings 6.2 billion identified in the initial audit report.
The speakers of the National Assembly and Senate have been sued over claims they engaged in partisan politics instead of remaining neutral as required by law. Human rights group Vocal Africa says Moses Wetangula and Amason Kingi attended several political events between June and July this year, contrary to their constitutional duty to remain impartial. The group is asking the High Court to bar the 2 speakers from participating in political campaigns and to compel them to act independently while in office.
The Commission on Administrative Justice had issued a memoranda and a guideline to public officers on refraining from participating in political matters.
For Vocal Africa, ours is to ensure that public officers are accountable for their time while in office. It is our firm belief that anyone holding public office, particularly leaders of public institutions, must respect and adhere to the Constitution and the rule of law.
Safina Party leader Jimmy Wanjigi says Kenya's next government must respect the Constitution, uphold the rule of law, and put the needs of ordinary citizens first. Speaking at a public forum in Nakuru, Wanjigi said the country needs a change in leadership that delivers equal opportunities and better policies for all Kenyans rather than benefiting only a select few.
Mko na deni, serikali hata inaumwa na hiyo. Kwani hela inapata kutoka nani? Si sisi. Uhuru wakati alikuwa anaondoka in 2022, ushuru alipeleka mpaka 2 trillion. Okay? Na deni 9 trillion. Yes. Hiyo ndio alipatia Kasongo. That is a fact. Ili mjue where the problem is. Si mko natuliza mnasema. Kijana mnaizi inachukua kila kitu.
An 18-month-old boy in the United States was found alive after being mistakenly declared dead following a swimming pool accident in Arizona. The toddler had been rushed to hospital after being found unresponsive in a pool, but was later discovered to be alive in the hospital's mortuary cold room. Authorities are investigating how the error occurred. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. It is now 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? I'm assuming you're doing good because all I can see is good vibes on our chat section. A big shout out to Biwot Boaz, Finismo, Erastus Mutinda. Amesema good morning CT. I'm Erastus, tuned in from Mulolongo. Asante sana. Kagema Mudhami amesema gents, Kenyan politics and politics in general needs to have a retirement age. Oburu is just senile, just speaking almost like he is demented.
Apana, that's unkind.
It is.
Oburu was expressing a view. That's what he was doing.
Yeah.
Now, we may disagree with the view, but it doesn't mean you then have to utter sentiments that are unproven and cannot be substantiated.
Yeah.
It's just a view that he expressed.
Right.
Yes.
Kuna Willis Juma amesema good morning CT and Mbuvi. Well, good morning to you. Danson Kenya, I see you. Alex Gyoko, good morning CT Mbuvi. Kitale is tuned in. Eunice Kyoko anasema amesema sound is back. Alikuwa anasema hatusikia hapo awali. And then kuna Owanga amesema morning CT and Mbuvi. Watching from Lusail City in Qatar. Thank you so much. Karibu tena sana. Now I need to remind you that come tomorrow, that is Friday, kuna kitu tunaita Fury Festival. And I hope you guys are ready for it because it is one of amazing culture where we're going to experience the Swahili culture, the people of Coast, and it's also going to be a business expo where you get to meet investors and perhaps you and yourself become one. Yeah, it's going to be happening tomorrow, Friday and Saturday as well. Some of the perks that you are going to experience there, of course, will include packages from the Kenya Wildlife Service. Hapo watakuja kuonyesha what some of the offerings they have in the coastal region. For example, you can visit Mombasa Marine National Park. It is a must-visit attraction because of what you will see there. And Marine Park, by the way, si kama hizi national parks zingine mnaendanga mnaanza kuangalia lions. Hapana, hizi ni noma tena sana because you get to experience marine biodiversity. We're talking about dolphin sightings. We're talking about activities such as snorkeling. You'll get to see our great coral reefs and so on and so forth. A different kind of beach experience. Sawa with your family. So why don't you make your way to the Mama Ngina waterfront in Mombasa. That is tomorrow 10th and 11th, and get to enjoy the Ferry Festival. Right now though, in studio we have our guest. We want to talk about savings, we want to talk about insurance brokerage, and we also want to talk about boosting financial credibility. With us is the Chief Executive Officer of Stima DT Sacco, that is Dr. Gamaliel Hassan. Daktari, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Asante sana, thank you Mbuvi, and thank you City for having me. I look forward to the discussions we're going to have today.
For sure. Before we get into it, City has a methali, a proverb. So he will share it with you, alafu wewe utuambie fikra zako ni gani upon this particular proverb. So City, over to you.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the continent of Africa. I have deliberately avoided stating which country they are from. So the listeners can determine if the proverb sounds familiar and if they can relate to it. Wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it.
Oh, that's a deep one. Have you seen the size of a baobab tree? Yeah. Humongous, isn't it?
Yes.
So what does that mean? In my interpretation would be that wisdom is so much and so abundant that not one singular individual can purport to be the owner of that wisdom. That you cannot be the only person with knowledge. So there's so much knowledge outside there that not even one person can acquire all of it. City stuka nimepata ama nimengoa.
This is the beauty of interpretations. We are looking for your interpretation, and it is not possible for you to be wrong.
Okay.
Even if you try.
All right.
That's awesome.
An interesting one.
I'm interested in knowing what DT stands for in Stima DT Sacco.
Okay. So in Kenya, there are SACCOs. Maybe we need to start from there.
Yes.
There are regulated and also unregulated SACCOs. I've happened to sit in the committee of experts that was going through the reforms in the SACCO sector. And during our analysis, we looked at some data that we received from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics.
Okay.
There are, at that time, there are about 13,000 SACCOs plus SACCOs in Kenya. A big chunk of them were what you call unlicensed, meaning that they do not come under the ambit of our regulator. Our regulator is called SASRA, that's the SACCO Societies Regulatory Authority. Think of bank, think CBK. Then think SASRA, then think SACCOs.
Okay.
So these 13,000 fall under the commissioner of cooperatives, but we have about 355 SACCOs or so. Now the DT bit that are licensed and regulated by SASRA. So again, as CBK regulates the banking sector, we have the 355 also that are regulated through SASRA. Out of the 355, the split is almost equal, half-half. So you will see there is DT Sacco and then there is WDT. So these are SACCOs that are non-withdrawable, NWDT, non-withdrawable deposit-taking SACCOs. So I don't sound complicated, but it's as simple as this.
Yes.
There are SACCOs that offer banking-like services, so they have branches.
Yes.
You can be able to walk in, get a checkbook, get an ATM, do your EFTs, your RTGS. Similarly, like any other services that you'd walk into a bank and do.
Okay.
So that's a deposit-taking SACCO.
All right.
Hence the word DT. And then there are non-withdrawable deposit-taking SACCOs. They do not do that bit of having a front office or having a banking hall. So they're called non-withdrawable deposit-taking SACCOs. So they're split into two, half-half. So any SACCO you see with the name DT, it means it is a deposit-taking SACCO.
Yes.
And indeed it does offer front office services or what we call
FOSA.
Banking. Yeah, FOSA. Yeah.
So if I were to put my money with Stima Sacco today, that means I would operate it the same way I operate a commercial bank.
Absolutely. I think the moment you already get into a DT Sacco, there is, I mean, with all honesty, you don't really need to operate any other account elsewhere, because everything that you'll desire, you're going to get it. There are only two exemptions that DT Saccos do not do that probably the banks do. One is that we do not have direct access to the national payment system.
Okay.
And number two, we do not trade in foreign exchange. That's it. But every other service that you can think of, you think of it right now. If you want a mobile platform, utapata. If you want an app, it is there. If you want an ATM Visa branded card, you're gonna get it. You can use it anywhere in the world. If you want to do an RTGS, an EFT, if you want a fixed deposit account, if you want a savings account, if you want a current account, if you want your children's account, think about any other thing that you would require. You'd actually get.
I think you guys now should call yourself Steamer Bank, and then with a SACCO.
No. SACCOs do differ from banks.
No, of course they do. But what I'm saying is everything that he has explained to me feels as though this is a bank with a SACCO, as opposed to a SACCO offering bank services.
Can I ask something, Dr. Ari? Yeah. What is it that made SACCOs think of offering these services that in the past we knew to be services offered by banks only?
So good questions, and I like to pick both. There's also a distinction between banks and SACCOs, a very important one. Banks operate and serve customers. SACCOs do not serve customers, we serve members. So the distinction here is that for you to be served by a SACCO, you need to be a member of that SACCO. It's one of the very key principles, about 7 cooperative principles of being in the SACCO sector. So we're not open, our service as a SACCO is not open to anyone.
Non-members.
Yeah, so you just don't walk in and expect a service. You walk in, we first onboard you as a member, and then once you become a bona fide shareholder and owner of the SACCO, then we now the customer bit can come on board. So I think that's a very important distinction. And of course, it is also a restriction of sort.
Yeah,
that means that you're not just open to any customer, so to speak.
Yes.
But back to City's question, why did we do this? I think let's all agree that Kenyans are multi-banked, Kenyans are multi-SACCOed. Kenyans are they have multiple digital wallets. And therefore, and I go back to your saying very early in the morning about the baobab tree, and I'd say that's pretty much what Kenya is all about, that individuals have access to anything and everything. And in City, the world has also changed over time. We are becoming a global village. Kenya, and I keep on saying this, that we are very proud of our athletes. I'm very personally proud of the Sevens team, they represent us. We're proud of our tourism. We're proud of our fauna and flora. But one thing I don't see us Kenyans speak about quite a lot is the digital awareness of we as Kenyans. Let's not forget M-Pesa, mobile money. This is the birthplace of it. And that means that Kenyans are very innovative. But as we're also innovative, we also have a sense of awareness in terms of our rights, our services that need to be provided to us, and in terms of financial services, Kenyans know what they want. So you cannot then lock a Kenyan and say, this is my customer, this is my member, na hashikiki pali pengine. Outatoboa. So we have to agree that a Kenyan today is somebody who's self-aware, he knows what he wants, and he's everywhere. And if that's the case, and if you agree to that premise, it then means as a financial service provider, you need to be where your members are. You need to be in the digital space. You need to be in internet banking. You need to be in everything that they do. Unafaa kuwa kwa mtandao now. So these services then, as SACCOs, it became very obvious to us that there was a need that was being asked by our members. Our members were saying, okay, hold on. Mi nimekuja naeka pesa kwako, you're just telling me the only thing I can save and nothing else, and probably borrow from back office. But if I go outside there, I have a digital wallet I can use. I go outside there, there's a bank offering me this service. There's a digital credit provider offering me this. So what are you doing about it? So I think it is the whole fusion of the fact that we'll become very digitized as a country, very innovative as a country. And that means that SACCOs also do not exist in a vacuum. We need to fit into that financial service environment whereby we can offer a lot. And maybe my last point, what is Safaricom? Is it a bank, a telco? And what is a bank today? Is a bank or is a bank a telco? It's the same question you're asking me, Mbuvi.
Yes.
Are you a SACCO or you a bank? So you can see there's a fusion in financial services, and then you bring in the whole aspect of insurance, all of these other things. Then you must be an institution that offers everything to your membership if you're going to survive the 21st century. That's my thought.
It makes perfect sense, but it also mirrors the uniqueness that Kenyans, the uniqueness of the way Kenyans relate, one with financial institutions and the way we relate with money. Because very many of us don't just belong to one circle.
Absolutely, true.
Just like we also don't have just one bank account. Yes. From what you've observed, do you feel that the SACCO movement or the SACCO industry has grown simply because Kenyans have found that SACCOs meet their needs?
Burudia swali siti tena.
Have you found over time that the SACCO movement, I'm not talking about Stima SACCO, I'm talking about the SACCO movement, the
in
SACCO
general,
industry in general, has grown, because it has grown. Because the citizens have felt that SACCOs meet their needs.
If I had not heard of you saying in the morning, I would have said that that the pie in Kenya is so big, the cake is so humongous, that not even one individual institution can be able to fulfill the needs of everyone. So the way I could answer that question is to say that there has been space for everyone to play in. And there's a need that we in the SACCO sector, because financial services can be given by anyone. And like I've mentioned, it is becoming more mashed today. So my feeling is that SACCOs are serving a particular need that probably has not been exhausted by everyone else. So yes, we do provide the kind of services that are required to our members, that perhaps that other financial institutions have not played that role very well. And maybe, Siti, we need to go back into history. Why were SACCOs formed? At one particular time, I think in the 80s, you remember and you do recall that a lot of the banks did close a lot of the branches that they were having.
They did.
And also, and from what I gather from the pioneers of Stima, they used to say to us that in the 70s, the individuals who would actually be paid a salary in cash,
yes,
and that cash would make a chini a mattress.
Actually, they'd pay you in an envelope.
In an envelope, so and of course, there were people you would generally call unbanked, and I think that's where SACCOs started from. That there are people who did not meet a certain criteria at that time to potentially open a bank account. And I think we've remained true to that we do generally and predominantly serve members at the bottom of the pyramid. So for those particular members, yes, to answer your question, is that we do address all their needs, maybe better than any other financial services sector.
When you talk of the 1980s, up to the late 80s and a bit of the early 90s, no, 80s. By the 90s, things had changed drastically. The Bretton Woods institutions were not lending us money. And the government was issuing bonds. The government was issuing paper that was very lucrative. Interest rates that you would be paying if, say, for instance, there are certain regulations that we now have that didn't happen then. We didn't have the Daplum law, there are many things we didn't have. But what would then happen is, banks understood that they stood to make money and they did not need to lend to the ordinary citizen. So some of the bigger international banks determined that they didn't need all the branches they had. So they focused on some of the bigger towns. And even within those big towns, they reduced the branches. Then they did something else, which was, in my mind, absolutely crazy. They raised the minimum balance you're allowed to have in your account.
I recall that. Yeah.
For instance, I know banks, let me not mention names, they would tell you have to have a minimum of 10,000. I would ask, but that is the entirety of my salary. So if I leave all of it here, how exactly
Sembuse.
how am I supposed to function? But that particular gap was taken up by banks. This one I can mention, like Trade Bank. They came in and they were doing things that we'd never seen other banks doing. Smaller institutions came up, just financial institutions, not necessarily fully fledged banks, came up. Some of them fell by the wayside. But the banks appeared to be only catering for people within a certain salary bracket. So you are absolutely right. SACCOs then became the place to go to because, again, their lending mechanism was really very simple. If you were employed like some of us, your money went directly to the SACCO, and you could apply, fill the forms, go to the local whatever, and you'd be told to go and collect your check, or it would come to you via the post.
Yes.
And it didn't take long. So, yes, that is what happened. Of course, the banks that had come up with these schemes regretted it immensely.
Oh, yeah, we've seen that change. And I mean, give them credit where it's due. You've really seen the banking sector now going to levels that in the past, like you've correctly stated in the 80s, probably they were then called the unbanked. Right now you are seeing, and I think it also started from Safaricom, because if you look at the model of Safaricom, it was based on, again, the person at the base of the pyramid. That's where the real money is, to be very honest. The top of the pyramid, yes, you can have a few individuals with a lot of cash, but they're not many. But ukicheza pale chini, if you're able to provide solutions to those at the base of the pyramid, then your business is able to grow. And I think for both SACCOs and also the banks that attempted and have embraced that, then you can see the kind of big growth that is there in the sector.
Actually, absolutely right. What was then it was not even Airtel. I forget what Airtel was called first.
It was initially called Kensel.
Kensel.
From Kensel to Zain to Celtel, then Celtel to Airtel.
What Safaricom did, Safaricom initially had wanted to form a fintech separate from the telco. Okay? But then they figured out, why can't we
ride on
this thing?
Yes.
Okay? This is a place where that particular concept was brought, so in order for it to be proved, and it was proved to be working. Now, what Safaricom and M-Pesa is, none of them had foreseen it.
Yeah.
It had not been foreseen, because essentially with M-Pesa you can actually do everything you want.
Great.
You can. And Daktari, recently Stima DT Sacco converted or changed, or I don't know how you'll put it, but explain to us. Recently you turned the insurance arm of the Stima DT Sacco into brokerage. Kindly explain.
Yeah, so let's first explain why did we even bother to go into insurance. I think that's a good step to start from. Then I come to your answer. So as a SACCO, we're very good at doing certain things, and I think that's what you're discussing. So a SACCO is a savings and credit cooperative.
Yes.
So savings for us is king. So save first. From saving, build yourself up so that next you can be able to invest your money. And then after that, you can also be able to borrow. But there's a fourth step that is missing. And the fourth step is the aspect of how do I protect my wealth? So I'm saving, I'm investing, I'm borrowing wisely. But then what? What happens today if, say, I bought a vehicle and the vehicle is in an accident?
Yeah.
What happens if I bought a house and the house catches fire? What happens if I have a medical emergency? What happens to all that thing that we've been doing as Stima DT Sacco to provide to you? And you've seen those cases within even our own families. As one person gets sick and generationally your wealth disappears.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So in that regard, then, we could clearly see that from a member's perspective, there was a gap. Yeah, that here on one part, from financial services, Stima DT is really providing all that it is meant to provide and doing a very good job about it. But on the other hand, there's a gap, something happens, and everything that you've done for so many years goes away. So what was missing then was the insurance component. Then how do you ensure your savings? How do you ensure your wealth, your borrowings How do you ensure your investment? And hence our desire of saying, okay, hold on, this is core to our line of business.
Yes.
It is very core to ensure. And in 2018, we then came up with an agency. It's called Empower Insurance Agency. For the sole reason for
like
doing
Empower.
M
and O
P-A,
M.
it's an M.
Yes.
Then PAWA. Yes, so it's an empower. So we empower, and I love the fact that you've caught it is also empowering because our vision is to empower members for life.
Right.
So from then, our reasoning was very simplistic reasoning. One, we give you loans as members.
Yes.
Are those loans insured? Yes. We gave deposits as members. Are the deposits insured? Yes. In fact, if you're to come to Stimor today, God forbid that you do pass away.
As a member?
As a member.
Yes.
The savings that you've put with Stimor Sacco, we pay 2 times that back to your next of kin. Obviously not you, you're no longer here.
Yeah, to the beneficiary.
To the beneficiary.
Yes.
Yeah. So in your beneficiary list.
Yes.
So say you put, if I can throw a term, let's say you've put 2 million shillings as savings. That 2 million bob, at the time of your death,
is
your
4
next
million.
of kin gets 4 million bob.
Okay.
And remember, because we also a SACCO, and like I said, we do lending. So say you borrowed 6 million bob, that 6 million bob is also insured. And if you had bought, say, a house or a car, and that is already covered through that cover, so we don't go after the vehicle,
the assets,
we don't go after, so the family wako sawa.
Yeah.
But all of that is costing an insurance component, and a premium has to be paid. So our feeling was that already we are providing this to our members. It's a very nice cover for them. But can we go a step further and say we have 241,000 members today? That's a big bargaining chip for us.
It is.
So if I was to walk to an underwriter, because Empower, the agency, as it were, was not an underwriter. There's no risk for us whatsoever. We are merely there as an agent looking for underwriters. But going to an underwriter and saying, okay, hold on, one underwriter, we have 240,000 members.
Yes.
So for one member who was to, if a customer was to walk to you today, you will charge them X. But here is a block.
We already have it.
We have this.
It's assured.
This is it.
Yeah.
This is what Stimor is bringing on board. So that's how the agency came into being, so that they can be able to speak on behalf of the 240,000 and be able to negotiate
good terms, yes.
Very good terms, very good premiums, very good terms and conditions for our membership. So after 6 years of doing that, come last year, we made a decision that now that we have been an agent for insurance, we can now move to brokerage.
Okay.
And our feeling was that we've understood the business. It's been about 6 years or so. Our members are satisfied for it. So why not convert to a brokerage? Because a brokerage gives us more opportunity. The agency was purely dealing 90%. And maybe this is a key distinction. And I want you to understand the strategic thought about it. I mentioned at the very beginning, SACCOs do not deal with the general public. They deal with their members. But the agency and the brokerage deals with the general public.
Okay. So now this one is open to all.
Any Kenyan. You don't need to be a member, so that you can be able to get the service of the brokerage firm.
But will I get, as an outsider, will I get similar terms as someone who is a member? Because I would look at that as an added, as a plus.
In most of our products, the answer would be yes.
Okay.
But there are those few here and there that probably are tailor-made for you as a member of Stimor Sacco.
As Citi asks his question,
yes,
241,000 members, you said.
Yes, that's what we have.
And because I was reading on you, and I saw that right now Stimor Sacco has got 75 billion shillings in assets. 241,000 members, 75 billion in assets.
Yes.
You guys are lucky, man.
But remember, Paul, if you work for an institution such as this one,
yes,
and you go to an insurance company,
yes,
and you come with 40 employees, the rate you'll get in the terms you'll get are very different from an individual who goes to that same.
Very
now,
true.
If you have 240,000,
thousand,
the story is going to be very different.
Yeah.
You'll be listened to in earnest. In fact, probably the chairman of the board might come to greet you.
This circle is blessed. Yes.
Allow me to respond to something, Mbuvi.
Yes.
So, Mbuvi, we shy away from those statistics.
Okay, why so?
Because our role as a SACCO is to empower members. It's meant to be about impact for our membership. But I've learned over time that if you offer solutions, the smaller solutions that you offer, this becomes what we call a lag. It's a lag, and it happens.
Yes.
So, badai, yes, you end up growing, you get a lot of profitability, but SACCOs are not for profit. We are for people. Yes, we could have 75B, that ideally would make us a tier 2 bank in Kenya. But it's not something that we wish to be remembered by.
Yeah.
Would rather be remembered by how many people did we impact on, how many children did we go outside there and take to school, how many homes were generated. I think that's where we are attempting to.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you see, as a potential member, because I am going to become a member now.
Oh, I thought you were a member already.
No, I'm not. I keep on telling City that there's a SACCO that walikufa na pesa yangu hapa juzi. Yeah, but you see, it's very attractive because again, 2 billion shillings in profits, 75 billion shillings in assets. Who doesn't want to be in that kind of space? At least there's some sort of assurance that you guys actually know what you're doing.
Okay, the key thing is for us is that, and I want you to look at this in terms of a strategy. And I'd like to compare the Western world and the Eastern world, and pretty much I'm talking about China. When you hear the Chinese speak, they talk about, and leave alone their model of capitalism and socialism. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about their 500-year outlook in life. So if you speak to the Chinese, they speak about 500 years from now, this is where we need to be at.
Wow.
We all know that. How many generations are those? Maybe 7 or 8 generations, but you're making decisions of 500 years from now. So it's something that we've attempted to pick up on our side and to say, for us, it's about the long-term sustainability. The SACCO has been here for 52 years. What is our 50-year outlook? 50 years, if I calculate my age, inshallah, if I'm alive, I'll be a very old man, and definitely I shall not be a CEO at Stima. Probably I shall be a member, but not the CEO.
Okay.
So then all our calculus then is about long-term sustainability. These things that we're doing, including having a brokerage firm, is really about long-term. So we do not want to be remembered as being the most profitable or the largest now, but we're thinking 50 years from now, that member atakuwa wapi? Similarly with the guy who was with us at 1974, because we still have them. You'd be surprised, Mbuvi. Wako wale members, mapioneer,
na ndio wamewashikilia
paka
ndio wamewafikisha kwa 75 billion.
And still they've put a lot of money with us, and really and I think as a legacy and as an individual and also as a SACCO, 50 years from now tutakuwa wapi?
Okay. Mko na branch Mlolongo?
Hatujafungua branch Mlolongo, but tuko na branch Kawi.
Sawa.
Kawi.
Let me ask you 2 questions. One,
Kawi is on Mombasa Road.
Mombasa. What's the difference between an agency and a brokerage?
So there are a couple of things. Pretty much almost similar, but a brokerage is able to do much more than what an agency does. So pretty much an agency only speaks on behalf of the institution in our example. On behalf of Stima SACCO, that's what the agency does. But the brokerage is also looking for additional business outside there. So I'm looking at, can we move away from having a reliance of more than 90% currently or dependence on Stima SACCO? Can they go outside there and look for business? Say with this old saga of Hormuz, you've seen what is happening there. Potentially, could the brokerage get business whereby if an oil tanker is coming to Kenya, we're able to ensure that. So it enables, therefore, the brokerage to do much more, to go to our mother companies and try and engage in those kind of tenders that they have outside there, to try and get the bigger business. And also, it's a requirement as you try and tender up when you try and upscale. If today I was to go to a company and say I'm an agency and this is a brokerage, the requirements of a brokerage are a bit higher, they're a bit tighter. There's, call it, more regulation, more capital that is required in it. And there's an expectation, therefore, you also need to have a setup that is approved by IRA, and that gives more confidence. It's maybe the discussion we're having here between probably licensed and unlicensed, or non-withdrawable deposit-taking circles and deposit-taking circles. So an agency is just a step higher than what a brokerage is.
My second question.
Sorry, a brokerage is higher than what an agency is.
Okay.
Sorry.
Paul has spoken of the deposits that you have and the profit. But I want to ask something that he hasn't mentioned.
Yeah.
At the end of every year, around the time you announce that you're going to have an AGM, you also declare dividends.
Oh, yes, we do.
How does that?
Siti nakuona.
Ask about the percentages.
Naenda huko.
I'm interested in this.
How do you work out the dividends over time? And what is the bare minimum in terms of percentages that a member can expect to get or to receive?
Okay. So, and bare minimum. Nimeziandika swali zote hizo. Swali nzito na muhimu sana. So, allow me first, maybe just also clarify one more thing. As agents, the agency was there to sell our product, the insurer's product. That was the role of the agency. So as much as we had Empower Agency, it had underwriters, and its role was to sell the products of those underwriters to us. That was the key thing. But as a brokerage, they are now here for the best solution of we as their client. So we become the singular point, we become a customer. The key customer for them is the SACCO. Before, it is a limited number of insurers that they were looking at. But right now, they're looking at Stima SACCO as properly the key customer for them, as opposed just to be selling products to us. And I hope that sort of makes sense to you. And also in terms of advice, then based on them now moving into being a brokerage, initially their advice was product-based. So they're representing the product. But as a brokerage, you're representing the customer and you're trying to advise the customer, being the Stima SACCO, in terms of the solutions that you're providing. So back to your question about dividends and how we arrive at that. Well, our model is very simple. And I'm smiling because you want me to say trade secrets of the SACCO sector.
No, so I don't want you to talk about I want you to talk about the broad strokes.
You see, the moment you ask, how do you arrive? Hapo umeitisha formula.
Hapana.
But I can help.
He can say, we are very diligent about this particular process.
So let's go back to our cooperative principles.
Yes.
There's a principle, I think, is a principle called member economic participation. Like I said, we deal with members, and members expect a return at the end of having become a member. Remember, a member is also an investor. A member wears three hats. The member is an owner, a shareholder. The member is an investor because he's putting money, and the member is also your customer because he's coming to borrow and getting all those financial services. Now, the way it works for the SACCO sector is that we look at the weighted average return of our cost of capital. So we are very, very good at mobilizing money. That's what SACCOs are. Again, I go back, Mbuvi, to the point of savings and credit cooperative. Savings, then credit. So SACCOs are able, therefore, to mobilize a lot of money. If you have to look at Stima's, we have about 54 billion shillings in deposits. That is money that Kenyans have entrusted us to keep for them. So from the same money is when you go out and say, if I have 54B or so, can I go out and lend this money? And we've lent about 55 billion shillings of it. As you can see, we're trying to get you money, but the same money is what we're lending.
Lend how much again?
55B.
Out of?
We have 54. We've lent 55p.
Okay.
Right.
54 are deposits.
Yes.
Zimeka.
Yeah.
Na zenye ziko nje ni 55.
Yes. Because we also we are trying to generate income. We don't want to be sitting with money if this money is not going outside to generate money.
Lazima itengeneze pesa.
So unajua ule depositor ndo ka investor wetu. Mtu umelend ndo customer ambao ana generate income. The depositor is not generating income.
Yes.
The depositor is actually a liability to the SACCO. The liability in this sense is that you need to pay them interest or you need to pay them a rebate.
Oh yes.
The asset on this side is the loan book, is the person ambao ana borrow, but you cannot have one without the other. So back to City's question.
Okay.
Then when we start calculating dividends, we look at the weighted average cost of our funds vis-a-vis the weighted average interest that you're paying. If you have a healthy margin, we try and keep, like Stima Sacco's margin is, but they're lower than the banking sector by far. The banking sector's margin is about 8% on average. We at Stima work with 4%. Why? Because hatutaki kukamua sana member kwa kulipisha yeye pesa mingi kwa loans. So in the industry, if you go, you'll find our loans are they're very affordable. We have loans on average 12%, but we also have partnered with KMRC. We can give a loan at 9% for up to 25 years. So our aim is not to finya you, to kamua you so that we generate a lot of income, but is to say, is there a fair balance here that we are taking your money City. Pesa yako si nimechukua, nimepatia Mbuvi loan. So nikishapatia Mbuvi your loan, mbona nisikuregeshe shukrani ya kusema asante sana City, I took your money, we utilized it,
nipatia capital.
So we've generated income.
Yes.
So that income we've generated,
we share.
Why don't we share with you as a member? That is the way the model is. And that's why you'd find that up to almost 50% of that money that you talked about goes back to the member. 50% of the total income we generate goes back to the member in the form of the dividends that you have asked.
And you guys are doing all the donkey work.
It is a shared responsibility. It is a shared.
Without the
member, hakuna kitu tutakuwa tunafanya kama society.
The reason I said donkey work is because you know they are the ones who are doing all the marketing. They are the ones who are taking the risk. Because me, at the end of the day, the only risk I have taken.
They are not the only ones who are taking the risk.
Okay.
I, the depositor, I'm also taking a risk putting my money with them.
Yeah, I'm a living example.
Gentlemen, both of you are right. You're both right. There is we do a lot of the work, which is a good thing. This is like investing City in a business.
Yes.
So you have a choice. There's nothing wrong about being an entrepreneur. You can go become an entrepreneur, go run your biashara, or you can say, hold on, if I have some money, why don't I invest it in the SACCO? Let the SACCO, let me hire the CEO, let me hire Hassan. So I become your CEO. So City mimi nakuwa ni CEO wako, wewe ni boss wangu. So job yangu ni to make sure that like you said, pesa yako iko safe, very important, the risk aspect that he talked about. But importantly, you're also asking, can I get affordable rates in terms of investment? And coming back to City will be saying, hold on, mimi si ndo mdosi, mimi ndo kupatia pesa,
nimeinvest
return yangu. So that's what we do. So SACCOs are very good at doing that. But we just try and think about 50 years from now, again, are our rates sustainable? Stima, as an example, for the last 5 years, has given a good reward. We've given 16% return on the share capital, which I think is a very handsome reward. Similarly, for the deposits, the monthly contributions, we've been giving about 11% return on it. And again, as I've mentioned, on average, your loans are about 12 to 14% on average. I think it's a good deal, City.
It's an excellent deal.
It is.
It's an excellent deal because I was actually calculating as you're speaking. It is a very, 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 very good deal.
I saw that you lined up about 100 million for green loans.
Yes.
What are these green loans?
All right, 100 million for green loans, but kuna kitu City amesema bado naona sijajibu vizuri.
Clarify too.
City talked about the issue of risk, and that as a member you have a risk, which is indeed true. So one of the key things that we've always told customers, or rather members or potential members, is that as you join any SACCO, and outside there, and there are good and bad apples, it happens. Institutions are run by individuals, and I generally believe human beings are inherently good. But amongst us, there's always one or two apples there that are not very good. So you do your due diligence. That's a very important point. Go check the institution you want, not just a SACCO, any institution. This institution that I am joining, is it a regulated institution? Ask for the books of accounts. Do they have governance issues? Once you have looked at all that, what kind of return are they getting? What are people saying around it, especially the members of the customers who are there, in terms of word of mouth? If you do proper due diligence, then you can be able to make an informed choice in terms of where you need to invest your money. So I'm also saying that there is a responsibility towards the member himself to ensure that where you're going, you've done some due diligence internally, on our side. Similarly, we take that as very seriously. We have an independent audit and risk function. The role of the risk and compliance function is to ensure that we comply with all the laws, all the regulations, but most importantly, with all the standards before they come. And that comes now to Mbuvi's point. Mbuvi, if you to check IFRS S1 and IFRS S2, they talk about aspects of climate and ESG, and in particular, come next year, it's going to be a requirement for financial institutions in Kenya to fully adhere to S1 and S2. But institutions like ours, we're already one step ahead.
Okay.
We have already, we were the first SACCO in Kenya to implement an ESG framework. If you were to look at the audited accounts that we produced this year, you would see that we had the reporting dedicated to ESG. And therefore, for us, the aspect of climate and the 100 million that you're putting aside for that is something that is geared by our strategic direction. We are saying that the world is changing every day.
Yes.
There are major climatic risks that are coming up. Think about the flooding that happens every year.
The droughts.
The droughts that are happening. There are heat waves happening everywhere. What if you are my member and you're in agriculture, na kukuwe na drought? What happens to you, and how can we assist you on that? What happens if you are in flood-prone area? What happens if your house is destroyed by that? So we are looking at elements whereby we can be able to tap into our diaspora clients, diaspora members. We have about 7,000 of them, and they're able to put more money on us with a promise to them that the money that we receive, it will go into climate-related financing.
Okay.
So clean energy, solar, boreholes, renewable energy, all of that, so that they can also be able to see that as much as they're outside the country, they're helping us here locally to build up in terms of the long-term sustainability. So that's our thinking around the green finance, both in terms of the loan and also in terms of the deposit.
Like it.
Given the economic downturn that we know we face in this country, there's always this conversation about financial resilience, people who know how to weather the storms that economic downturns come about. I know for a fact that SACCOs play a very big role in toning down whatever shocks the citizens face. But since I don't work for a SACCO, and I'm not a CEO of a SACCO, so I don't know the details, tell us how the SACCO helps with this.
I think we have an important role to play. Of late, as correctly stated, a couple of things have happened in the country. We have seen a rise in inflation, and it's not just in the country, it's globally. I mentioned about what happened with the Hormuz. It's tiring every time you look at the media. It's on and off now. I think we're back on again. That has an impact, remember, on oil pricing. Oil runs this country. Higher the oil prices, the higher the impact in terms of the ability of our members to even have sufficient money to save, or even want to borrow if you have a business. So from our side, and our role is a very critical one. We play a major role to act as shock absorbers for the industry. So the shock absorber here is that if your pay slip is affected by 1/3 rule, if, say, there are more levies being impacted on your pay slip, then the next best place to go to will be a SACCO. So a SACCO is able to offer you that kind of cushion, because no one can live comfortably without taking a small element of debt. But also you do not want to make that debt become a problem, a long-term problem for the borrowers. So our role therefore is to offer very affordable financing for the membership, ensuring that they have the services that are required, ensure that they have a place to invest when they need to invest, ensuring that we are growing them. So, and I think as Timo, we keep on saying, our role is to take you and then make you the next millionaire. So we're not interested in the millionaires. We're interested in that mama mboga. We're interested in the person who's hustling. We're interested in the person who's trying to make his ends meet and to grow with them so that they can become the next big thing. So we play our role at that level. You could call it at a retail level, but our aim is to ensure there's comfort for the households and that those macroeconomic shocks do not end up impacting on the members directly. And then coming back to the aspect of insurance, and that missing component. So you have savings, you have investment, you have credit, then you bring in the aspect of insurance. Because with insurance, there are about 4 things that you need to do. One, you can either avoid those risks. Here I'm talking about saying you don't drink and drive, as a good example. So it is the same thing as saying do not invest into a Ponzi scheme. So that's why a SACCO is there. So why are you investing into a Ponzi scheme? Somebody is offering you a very high interest rate. The SACCO is there to offer you something sustainable. But there's the aspect of transferring of risk, which is what we're doing now. You're saying instead of people taking up these risks, probably the SACCO should be able to do that for you. So I think in our own way, at a micro level, we do impact on the macro of the economy. And the numbers don't lie. 1.2 trillion is quite a lot of money that we have pumped into the economy. And if you're to think about the amount of money we end up paying, Stima alone in 2026, in February, March, during the AGM, we paid more than 5.1 billion shillings pumped into the economy as a return back to our members. So I think that's something sustainable. Now multiply that by almost 355 SACCOs or so, you can see how much impact our small money is actually having in the economy.
I think it was like last week, I think it was, you have made payments flexible now for members. For example, school fees loans can be paid back termly, crop loans can be paid according to the seasons. That must have had some proper research before you came to that kind of, modalities of repayment.
It's something we've been working on in the last 6 years, Mbuvi. We came to a realization that it's becoming very difficult to start differentiating what a SACCO does, what a bank does, what an MFI does, what a digital credit provider does. And our members are seeking all of that. So we said, can we go back to the credit policy and review it and ask ourselves what is missing in it? And a lot of this also has to do with the research we do. Every year we do 2 researches annually to our membership, just to try and ask them, what do you think are the things that we are not doing well, or do you think are things that are doing well? And what do you think we need to improve?
Yes.
And we also have a lot of focus group discussions, one-to-one engagements like we're having right now, just to try and figure out again, what better can we do to help serve you better?
Yes.
And it is that informed now that review you talked about. So one of the key things that were missing was around the SME sector. So do we have enough products around them? How about the informal sector? Jamana mshahara, somebody who does not get a salary every day. Are we so into check-off lending that the only thing you're lending in ni mtu akona suti peke yake? Or can you go back to somebody who says, okay, in Kenya today, you've been to Nairobi streets, I hope, on a Saturday, on Sunday.
Yes, I have.
The gig economy is there. So the people doing content creation.
Yes.
So how can I get these people on board and provide them products, knowing very well that their income is not every day? How about wajama ni mkulima, that noble profession of farming? Mshahara ukuja how long? Revenue maybe after mazao kukua. So maybe that's 4 months or 6 months later. So why not tailor make a product for them that says, instead of you having to pay me like a salaried person every month, mimi nitangoja mazao yako 6 months ikue. How about a school? Ukue shule na it is like 3 months termly. Why can we not craft such a facility for them? So we looked at across the whole spectrum of what a Kenyan is and what a Kenyan does. And
Yes.
Kenyans, like I say, very innovative, very beautiful people in their minds in terms of what it is that they do. So we said, with all the creativity of a Kenyan, can we also have a creative leeway to make sure that we serve each and every person? That was the thought process around our review.
Because you know that one, you will open up yourself to new customers that you didn't even have. And it's actually an attractive product, if you ask me. Because it's someone who probably never thought of joining a SACCO, but then are like, oh, wait, we can actually talk about how I can make these payments months late. Then here we are, boss.
That's what happens when you listen to your clients or your partners
and potential clients, because umesikia sema focus groups.
Na usisahau pia Mbuvi, hata jamaa ako kwa ofisi ako na side hustle mahali, probably
most probably
a Kenyan ako na side hustle. So unafaa kujiuliza, then how do I get in touch with that side hustle of yours, so that I can also be able to support you, to see you grow, so that tomorrow you're also employing more people, growing your business, and also growing the SACCO itself.
How do you communicate to not just your members, but members firstly, and then the public, of how insurance plays a very, very important role in their financial decisions and their financial growth?
So again, we go back to the 7 principles of SACCOs. The last principle number 8, is about education. And our role is to create awareness and financial literacy to our members. We spend a lot of money in that. Unlike other financial institutions, that is a requirement for you to be a cooperative. You need to spend time, money, and effort to educate. So education, in fact, I look at this almost as education, whereby you're going outside there, creating awareness, telling people what it is that we do. But internally, we do it 2 ways, one virtually and also physically. So every year, we try as much as possible to go outside there to the 240,000 members and physically engage with them, have a meeting. So let's say it's here at Radio Generation and we have members here, we would be able to come to you and say, can we agree on a particular week whereby we can come, sit down with your members, with your employees, and have a discussion and just an engagement. Tulizani maswali yote ambayo iko kuuliza, but most importantly is not to sell you products or services, but to sell you financial literacy and financial awareness. We also believe as a SACCO that some of the solution is not really about giving credit. I can actually have a discussion with you, City and Mbuvi, and from that discussion naweza kuambia mwisho ya hapa si loan itakusaidia. Hiyo tuachane naye. So it's not about selling, it's not about kunyonga na loan. That's not our role. And for that, in STIMA, a lot of us are financial coaches. Personally, I'm a financial coach. So you go, you get certified so that you can speak to people in a language that they can understand, beyond seeing them as money minting elements that you can get money from them. So the second way is virtually. So every other week or so, we have virtual meetings. Those engagements, we can have up to, I've seen up to 2,000 to 2,500 people turning up just to listen to us virtually. And in those virtual engagements, we also bring in speakers, people who are not there to sell as a product, but can also empower you financially. They're giving you financial advice. I think the word I'm looking for is personal financial management. And by the way, that is open to anyone. Kenyans, whether you're a member or a non-member, tambua tuingia. This time is a topic. Maybe it's a topic about retirement. Tomorrow is about investment. Tomorrow it could be about mortgage. Another it could be about your personal finance. So utilize those platforms to really engage and really talk to our members so that every other day they're truly aware what it is that we do. So I think those are the 2 predominant ways. The others, nili ya kawaida, social media, SMSs, emails, hizo zote. We try as much as possible to really engage with the membership as and where they are.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Hassan. But before we let you go, kuna swali hapa from Kigali. Someone is asking, this is Louise Rudasingwa asking, is the source exclusive for Kenyans or can non-Kenyans join the STIMA DT SACCO?
That's a good question, and I should have answered that at the very beginning.
Yes.
Membership of STIMA SACCO is open to all Kenyans, irrespective of where they are in the globe. Any place you're a Kenyan, any place in this world, as long as you're a Kenyan, you can be a member of STIMA SACCO.
What about non-Kenyans?
So non-Kenyans living and residing in Kenya can become members of the SACCO.
Okay.
Living and
Within
residing.
Kenya.
Yes. This is it's a thing to do with the law. That's what the law says. The law does not allow us to have, say, and I get this a lot from our brothers and sisters from Uganda and TZ, who keep on saying tunaongea juu ya ushirikiano lakini mnakataa kubali membership. The law does not allow us to do that, but it is something that we've been working on, and I know it has been before the East African Assembly to see then how can we have a way that we can collaborate within East Africa itself. But for now, like I've said, if you are a Kenyan living anywhere, you're a member.
Yes.
A non-Kenya, you must be residing and living in Kenya for you to be a member.
All right. Usagidira amesema excellent convo. The focus on innovation, member-centric service and sustainable growth is truly inspiring. We have Kennedy from Baringo na wengine wengi. Thank you so much, Daktari, for availing yourself, coming through for this conversation. And not that matter of innovation, I'm also seeing that you're collaborating with other institutions as well to spread out your digital services, which is a good thing.
We are an innovative institution. Could I say this? That
yes, please.
You either get disrupted or you become the disruptor. And I think Stima Sacco has shown over time that we are a financial disruptor in a very good way.
Yes.
We are here to showcase to you that anything any financial institution can do, we can do it better, simply because we are a more caring institution. We are owned by you, and you can be able to entrust us with your money. So my call to action to anyone would be save with us. Your money is very safe. I can assure that of you. Number two, you can be able to borrow with us. Money is very accessible. It's very also affordable. Anytime you want your money back, you will get it. So in terms of accessibility, you can be able to get it. But most importantly, we'll also give you a very nice reward in terms of a return, having used your money to do our business with it.
All right. Thank you so much.
Asante for having me.
Coming up next, other than the news, of course, we're going to be talking about integrity and anti-corruption actions across Africa. Don't go too far.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Chelsea have announced the signing of Sporting winner Giovanni Kenda in a deal worth £40 million. The 19-year-old has signed an 8-year contract and becomes the second arrival announced under new manager Xabi Alonso, following the £42 million signing of Atalanta fullback Marco Palestra. The Portugal under-21 international agreed to join Chelsea as far back as March 2025, during Enzo Maresca's 18-month spell in charge. Bruno Guimaraes has asked to leave Newcastle, with Arsenal accelerating their interest in the midfielder. The Brazil international, who arrived from Lyon in 2022, has been a player of interest for the Premier League champions this summer. The Gunners had looked into approaches for either Guimaraes or his former teammate Sandro Tonali, who has now joined Tottenham for an initial £92.5 million as they look to bolster their midfield. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Chelsea have announced the signing of Sporting winner Giovanni Kenda in a deal worth £40 million.
Sports. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation. This is Radio Generation. Traffic.
All right, it is now 7 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? The traffic is not looking bad, by the way, depending on where you are, of course. My name is Mung'ala, Mbuvi, and this is the People's Breakfast. I am looking at some spots around Nairobi County, and I can tell you for free, hapa hakuna shida nyingi. Tukiangalia sehemu za Muga Golf Club, if I can just refresh this to ensure that you guys are not stuck anywhere. Oh yeah, that place at Pangani, the traffic there is cray-cray. And it's now, 8 minutes past 8 as opposed to what we usually see at 6:30. You guys are not moving at all. And the traffic is stretching all the way back to... No, actually from Ruiru, you guys are moving quite well. Shida ni pale utalii. Alafu tukiangalia Ngong Road is not really bad at this particular hour. A few spots where we have traffic at the junctions, but everything else is moving quite well. Now, niwakumbushe kuna kitu inaitwa Fury Festival. Fury Festival is taking place tomorrow, and you need to make your way all the way to Mombasa if you're not already there. It's going to take place at the Mama Ngina waterfront from tomorrow 10th to Saturday 11th July 2026. It is a cultural event which will showcase, music, art and community engagement. It will bring together residents and visitors such as yourselves to celebrate diversity and creativity. Again, underline diversity and creativity. The festival aims to promote cultural tourism, support local artists, and strengthen community cohesion. It is the 6th edition, and it promises to be one of the best. And every time there's an edition, the first one ilikuwanga poor, the second was better, the third one even better. Now you can imagine if you're talking about the 6th one, This one is definitely going to be fire. And we have partnered with a couple of folks, like we told you. Kenya Wildlife Services have partnered with Fury Festival to ensure that they give you a must-visit experience. It's going to be the attraction of a lifetime during this particular festival. So make sure you go over to the Mama Ngina waterfront where you'll get to experience the conservation experiences. We're talking about the glass-bottom boats, the snorkeling, the coral reefs, marine biodiversity. I'm sure you've never seen a dolphin up close, so this is definitely a sight that you want to behold. And it's a good time for the family as well at the beach. How's you? So Kenya Wildlife Service, gonna be giving you merchandise as well, branded stuff, so that you can have a good experience. And let's not forget, free professional photo opportunity. Kwa hivyo wewe na kale kasimu kako Kenya kana kuanga na screen imecrack, usijali. You will be able to document that experience at the Fury Festival. So we wish you all the best as you make your way there. And of course, Radio Generation is going to be on the ground there, ensuring that indeed we document it alongside you. Right now, though, in this particular hour, like I said, we want to talk about scaling up the promotion of integrity and anti-corruption actions across Africa. With us is the Assistant Director and Head at the Kenya Leadership Integrity Forum, Joyce Munene. Joyce, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
Uko salama? Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Kabla tuingie kwa conversation ya integrity na anti-corruption, City will share with you what is it called, a proverb, and then you will tell us what you think of this particular proverb. So City, kazi kwako.
This isn't an exam and there's no correct answer. Your interpretation is your interpretation.
I think the thing is there's no wrong answer.
That is absolutely correct.
Yes.
Wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it. This week our proverbs are from the continent of Africa, and we've taken the liberty of not telling you which part of Africa they come from. So it's up to you to resonate with it and probably figure out whether it's a proverb you've come across before. So let me read it again. Wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it.
Wow. When I hear a baobab tree, I see a huge trunk.
Yes.
And nobody possesses wisdom. That huge wisdom. So in my context, I would refer it to the fight against corruption being so huge.
Yes.
And no single institution can fight it alone.
Yeah. You need help,
Yes.
If you want to go through, or rather around the entire circumference.
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
City, what do you think?
Can I ask you a question as we get onto this?
Sure.
Why do you think people are corrupt?
That's a good one. It's because of greed. And moral decay.
Really?
Yes.
Let me ask it in a different way. Do you think everyone is corrupt?
Yes. Yep.
Given a chance, people would be corrupt.
So it's just the chance that we do not have. Everyone, baseline yetu sisi wote we are corrupt.
I wouldn't say everyone, but I would say a good number of people.
Me, I would say everyone.
No.
Everyone, no.
Haki mimi nitasema everyone.
No.
Ni opportunity tu ejitokeze.
Paul, you
We'll
really
have
do
that
need
one
to choose
person.
the company you keep, because this guy here, if everyone he knows is corrupt, haki bro.
No. What I've said is, okay, let me change my answer to this.
Thank you so much.
We have the potential to be corrupt.
Yes, we do.
Everyone.
We do.
Yes, everyone has the potential. So we're not all corrupt. Let me take that away. I take it back. But we all have the potential to be corrupt.
We do.
Is that a better definition?
We fall short. So in your context, could happen.
Yeah.
Clearly, this is a Christian. All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. Yes.
Tell us a little bit about Kenya Leadership Integrity Forum.
Okay.
Who are you?
The Kenya Leadership Integrity Forum is one of the achievements by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission because it coordinates state and non-state actors for a common cause. That's promotion of integrity and the fight against corruption. And it's based on the fact that we need a unified and collective approach in promotion of integrity and the fight against corruption. So the Kenya Leadership Integrity Forum, it gives a platform for dialogue, to encourage action, and also to participate, give people a chance to participate, share ideas, and also encourage people to be responsible citizens. It's clustered into 20 sectors, so it cuts across public sector, private sector, the civil society, the media, the youth, the citizens. So it's everybody in this movement or in this bus, just to bring that integrated approach in the fight against corruption. Yes.
Well, 20 you said.
Yes, 20 sectors.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Yes.
Because the moment you started with public, you went private, I was like, is there any other sector? Then you went to the young people, civil society, and so on and so forth. So how often are forums held? How do people participate, for instance? Do we have monthly meetings, weekly meetings? Are they digital, or do we send, now for example, as a member of the public, do I send my thoughts or submissions via email? How does this happen?
Okay, there are structured ways to engage. For instance, the upcoming African Anti-Corruption Day, which happens annually every 11th of July. But being a Saturday this year, we will commemorate on Monday, 13th of July. We also have the International Anti-Corruption Day that happens every 9th of December. It's an annual event. We have, in between, we have different meetings, conferences and workshops, town hall meetings to just engage and also listen, get feedback. Yeah, so for the youth, I would mention that the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission signed a memorandum of understanding last year, sometime June 2025, so that we aim at we have an inclusive way of fighting corruption and promoting integrity, and being very particular to engage the young people. We're not saying they are the future leaders, they're the leaders of now, because we know the power they have on the use of technology, how if they use it well, they can really demand accountability. And we can see.
Are we really telling young people the truth when we call them the leaders of now, as opposed to the leaders of tomorrow, or even if we call them the leaders of tomorrow? Are we really telling them the truth?
Yeah, it's the truth. But remember, City, we won't go to your homes to look for you. You also have to find opportunities.
Be proactive.
Be proactive. And for sure, you'll get to be a
Maybe
leader.
I need to explain.
Yes.
When I was a youth, which was in the previous century, we were told we were the leaders of tomorrow. And we did the things that we thought would bring about elements of leadership. Some of us ended up being leaders. And also the definition of leadership got broadened with the time. And we got to understand it isn't just political. There are many ways in which somebody can be a leader. However, to get to a point where your voice counted or to understand how to make your voice count, that has eluded us. Where you probably have a very valid point is that this younger generation, we are referring to the Gen Zs, have actually shown that a united voice for an issue not only makes an impact, but it actually brings about change. However, this is where I pause, comma. That change that is brought about by a commonality of purpose, this has been my problem. And with the work that institutions such as the one that you are part of do, how do you ensure that there's continuity and the growth of that change?
Very well. And I'm glad you've mentioned that this, when they speak out, it would bring change.
It does.
And remember, silence is not a leadership style. So for them to even speak out, it's a sign of leadership. And for us to engage them in a sustainable way, the Commission has in place a mentorship program that will be rolling out this financial year, 2026, 2027. We believe that will be a continued mechanism to onboard them, to keep engaging them, and also to have a triple effect in a way that if we, for instance, if we reach out to 100, we expect them to also reach out to others. So the mentorship program will be a game changer in promotion of integrity and in the anti-corruption space.
Tell us about this mentorship. What exactly do you plan to do?
We plan to grow, to reach out even to the grassroots through the National Youth Council. So as much as they're advocating for...
There is such a thing?
Yes.
What do you mean? Which thing?
National Youth Council.
Even universities, the other day, were going on strike because elections zimechelewa.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it exists. Anyway,
Yes.
please continue. Then I'll ask about the Youth Council. Okay. Yes.
Yes, it exists.
It exists?
Yes, it's a national...
Where
it's an
it
institution.
exists here in Kenya?
Yes.
Kwani Maliba alitokanga wapi? Arnold.
Arnold.
Alianzia hii career yake ya kelele wapi?
Si anatoka kwao.
Maybe you should invite the CEO. You should invite
No.
Sorry for this interruption. Yes.
We apologize for this banter,
Yes.
but please, and we apologize for interrupting your thought process. Please continue. Yes.
Okay, so with the National Youth Council, who have like a database of youths who register with them, they are very structured ways they engage with the youths. In partnership with them, we'll be able to have running programs on matters of leadership, matters of integrity, accountability, and just empowering them with information on that aspect. We also partner with the universities. We've been having joint university initiatives, which we dub them as campus editions, just to also offer a platform to the youth and the students, the student leaders, to empower them with information, create awareness. We also want feedback, and for sure they open up and we pick one or two things that we can implement.
Okay.
So it's sustainable, the fact that we want them active, not just listeners, and we'll run the program more, also involving the youth and mentors that have a highest moral standing in society. Yes.
Do you feel like the fight against corruption in this country is actually bearing significant fruits? And the reason I'm asking this is because during the Kibaki presidency, we started seeing vibao in public institutions, public spaces, saying, for example, I was in Kenyatta University, so you'd see this is a corruption-free space. You know, there's even a number or a place to report corruption. There's a box where you go drop in things anonymously. But I feel like it's like now corruption is even more visible than it was before the time of Kibaki. Do you feel like we are fighting this thing the right way? Are we winning in any way whatsoever?
There's progress. For sure, there's progress in the fight against corruption. And we always measure corruption. Kenyans tend to measure corruption with the number of arrests. But however, that's not the only way to measure corruption. Let's look at the preventive aspect. For instance, if as a Kenyan, you report corruption before it happens, before that payment is made, before that contract is signed. We will prevent, because we normally say the best form of corruption is the one that has not happened. So if we can prevent before it happens,
yes,
and if we can all uphold integrity, be it at family level, at workplaces, community, and even as a nation, even our leaders. And I heard in the morning you say about dictatorship.
Yes.
And it's not a national value.
It's not.
It's not a requirement under Chapter 6. So let's stick to national values.
Yes.
Yes.
You know,
We're referring to benevolent dictatorships.
Yes, indeed we were. Yes, we were. Kenyans have a feeling, and I'm saying this because I'm part of those Kenyans who have this feeling. Ni wale watu wadogo wanafuatiliwa. Ndio, by the corruption inafaa kufightiwa at all levels, whether it's small fish, big fish, middle fish, whatever fish. But they feel like the big fish are really not being dealt with, because, for example, and I'm sure you've seen these complaints. EACC, for example, will arrest police officers in the streets collecting bribes from motorists, which is a bad thing. It's a wrong thing. I mean, nobody should be doing that. And then we also see perhaps once in a while public officers will be caught. Mara CEO wa this company amekamatwa, mara DG wa hii company ameshikwa. But when it comes to where they feel like the impact is felt most, where their taxes are being, stolen the most, they feel like it's not really happening in the big government institutions, politicians, and so on and so forth. Do you think we shall ever get to a point whereby we see someone in a high position, maybe even a position as high as the president or a CS, facing consequences because of dealings in corruption?
For sure. Big corruption, small corruption, all is corruption.
Yeah.
And the EACC is mandated to investigate all forms of corruption. So small or big, all should be investigated. And we've seen in the past, be it governors being arrested and taken to court. We have seen members of parliament, Waluke for instance, even convicted, but at appeal was acquitted. We have seen different senior officials being convicted as well.
Yes.
So there's progress in that aspect. But I know Kenyans want to see, if you're mentioned or perceived to be corrupt, you should be arrested. But remember, we base all this on evidence and not perception.
For sure.
Because perception, however much it is, can never be evidence. And in court, you'll need evidence. So the small corruption, it really affects the common mwananchi.
Yes.
For instance, whenever we engage the youth, they're always telling us, when they go to apply for national ID cards, they're being asked for bribes. You don't even have money for lunch at that point.
Yeah.
But someone is asking even for 6,000
for an ID.
For an ID.
For your right.
Exactly. So it's about also the citizen reporting and doing something. It might seem little, but to that individual, it's a pain. And part of the focus areas that the commission has is enhanced focus on briberies, especially on service delivery points. Yes.
Is the commission adequately resourced?
EACC?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes and no. Reason being, like for this financial year, we've got an allocation of 5.1 billion. From 5.1 billion, there are salaries and all those other expenses.
And current expenses.
Yes. But how much is left for the programs, for you to run the programs? And, okay, even let me shift to the capacity, human capacity. We are less than 1,000 staff.
And that's supposed to serve the country in its entirety.
Exactly.
Okay.
And as much as we have regional offices across the country, 11 of them, and at the headquarter, we can't be everywhere. And that's why we keep on saying to complement these efforts, everybody must play their role. So if as much as the budget constraints are there, and you get the citizens play their role, it will prevent a lot of things. And for instance, if they elect leaders of integrity, it goes a long way in preventing corruption.
Hapo kazi ni kwetu sasa kama voters.
Kama mwananchi.
You know, sometimes I wonder, this is just pontification on my part, whether when all these signs that Paul Mbuvi was speaking of, this is a corruption-free zone, I smiled because I sometimes think they're advertising corruption because I'm going to explain why I think so. It is important, it shows intent, but it's an outward manifestation of an aspiration. And it is good because ending corruption has to be an aspiration. But beyond that, there is the reality that we have as Kenyans, that we've actually embraced corruption. We just find a description, a format, a demonstration of it that we can accommodate easily and which can sit with a lot more ease on our conscience. And we also categorize them and stratify them as to what we can accept and what it is that we find unacceptable. And yet big corruption doesn't begin as big corruption. It never does. It always starts as something that is small, like looking away or turning a blind eye, and then with time it grows. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, you're right. When we normalize corruption, then it's very dangerous. We cannot, as a nation, and there's that trend where now we are celebrating people who don't uphold integrity. Then those that uphold integrity, they are rejected. That's a very dangerous trend. But remember, nations are not built on hopelessness. They're built on everyone doing the right thing. So we will continue doing the right thing and encouraging people to do the right thing and not normalize corruption because of its effects. We know the effects of corruption. If you go to hospital and there are no medication, if you're not able to pay school fees because capitation and all those things, there's an effect. And if we all see it from that lens, then we cannot normalize corruption. Yes.
The theme for this year is you said it's Africa Anti-Corruption Day.
Yes, African Anti-Corruption Day.
Yes. Is scaling up the promotion of integrity and anti-corruption actions across Africa. Let's talk about, in my opinion, this would point to even just building capacity around anti-corruption measures going forward. We've been talking about even teaching Katiba, for example, in schools. Teaching a lot of other values, and now if we look at corruption or anti-corruption, I think that is one value we need to start inculcating in schools, because we are taught, whether you are doing CRE, when wanafanya IRE, when you wanafanya Hindu religious education, I'm sure they have their own levels of educating themselves, but just having a syllabus-based anti-corruption theme in our schools, is that something that is in the works already? Is it already there? Because I'm not aware of one.
Okay. You'll find that we work closely with the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, and they've made sure that in the syllabus, especially the CBC, they're being taught about the values, about integrity, about ethics.
Yes.
So that we start from a young age. Mukunji angali mbichi. It's real, and we are working closely with that institution. You find at the university levels, we've been also discussing with the institutions that why can't you have common units on matters ethics and integrity. And recently, when we had a campus edition at the Mount Kenya University, the council actually resolved to have a common unit at the undergraduate level.
Yes.
So
actually, I think there is. I think when I was in campus, there was an ethics class. But anyway, I could be wrong.
If you can't remember it, it wasn't very effective.
So, I know there were 6 units. I keep on forgetting 2. but I know of the 4. But anyway, and I think ethics ilikuwa, but
I doubt if it was a common unit.
Okay.
Yes, you see the way like we have communication skills as a common unit. I'm sure you can't forget that one. Yeah.
Anyway, it's been a while since I was there, so.
Yes, but there are those universities with that, and we've been asking them, do you think there's change? They've been conducting surveys, institutional surveys, to just wanting to know the understanding of integrity and ethics, and there's a difference because of the awareness. Yeah, there's increased awareness.
You know let me give an extreme example.
Yes.
In Germany, because of the Holocaust and its aftermath, the Holocaust is a subject that is taught from the earliest possible stage. They simply upgrade the content, but it is taught, and it is a compulsory subject up to university. So you cannot pretend that you do not know. Okay? Many of these countries that we sometimes look up to, what we call the developed world, the thing that distinguishes them from us is that the rule of law is upheld as much as possible. So that the person who stands out is the person who doesn't adhere to the rule of law. And you don't need to have a policeman around you. People voluntarily internalize the adherence to the rule of law. And if you don't, you will stand out. We are the complete opposite. Therein lies the problem, because when you don't adhere to the rule of law, you set an example. When you adhere to the rule of law, you set an example. So the rule of law becomes a way of life. So we come back to us. What is our way of life?
Yeah, City, you're right. It speaks to our mindset, you know, our software as a nation, our culture.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate when we are saying normalizing corruption.
You stand out in this country if you are honest and you're ethical. Not only do you stand out, you're considered a fool.
Yeah.
Where's Mjanja?
Mjinga. Forget Mjanja. You actually called him Mjinga directly. By the way, it didn't start yesterday. It didn't start in this generation. I know in the early days when I myself was a teacher, and then I became a head teacher, I remember someone asking me if I was involved in the procurement of things, and I said, no, the people who do it. But it stood out once when I was supposed to buy sports equipment, and I went to a sports shop, and the owner, because I was told this is a sports shop where we buy equipment, so I went there. And he told me how we needed to add a certain amount on top of the... Yes, I told him why.
The fool in you came out.
No, it wasn't just the fool in me. I know what he was talking about, but no, the really foolish in me, not just fool. Yes. So I asked why. He said, the rest is for you. I said, I don't want that money. He actually asked me why. I said, but
it's like you are mad.
Yes, I said, look, I actually want you to give me a discount because I'm buying a lot of this equipment. He said, I'll give you a discount.
But I'll also give you this other money.
Yeah, but what he told me was this. He told me that people who had preceded me in that job, why else would he be so bold as to tell me? Because he had a business arrangement with the school. So clearly people who had preceded me in that job had that understanding with this person. And I was actually very disturbed. Okay?
Yes.
Now, what I'm saying is, that was then. Such things do not disturb us now. Me, it still disturbs me. Okay? And the reason why it disturbs me is not that I don't like money. I do. But I understand what it does, and I understand what it produces. The end product is very clear in my mind. And that end product is not useful. When you talk about a genocide, it doesn't start in a day. People get to a point where they are willing to have their neighbors killed. They are willing to see it. Some are willing to participate if we bring it near home, Rwanda. Something is built over time, and then the consequences are that very drastic, that very dire thing that we see. We are not immune to the things that happen in other countries as Kenyans. I know we think of ourselves as being very special, and in many ways we are. But how do we get to this point where we prefer to follow the rule of law as opposed to going against it? Because right now, we prefer to go against the rule of law. We prefer the shortcut. We prefer to bribe the policeman. We prefer to even jump the queue. It's our mindset. And it's not that everybody does it, no. But it is easier to do that than not to. How do you start dealing with this?
Yeah. City, remember, we can't legislate morality.
Actually, I've heard people say that, and I think you can. But I'll tell you why. Go ahead.
Yes. I find matters integrity. There's power in choice. What choice do you make? Because we often know what is right, what is wrong. So it's a matter of choice. Are you choosing to do the right thing when no one is watching? Are you choosing to do what you know and your conscience knows that it is wrong? So as much as you're saying we can legislate morality, in my view, it comes with the power of choice, knowing what is right, what is wrong, and doing what is right.
This country legislated morality.
We legislate choice.
No, we actually legislated morality in chapter 6. And to understand and to prove your point that we know right from wrong, the MPs who came across it made sure that they watered it down as much as they possibly could, because they're smart enough to see this was going to interfere with them directly. And it can only interfere with you when you are inclined towards, your leaning is towards disregarding the law and for bending it in ways that suits you financially. So any legislation that shines a very bright light on your activities is something you'll want to dim. You'll want to make sure that it can't work. That is why it is very difficult to impeach a member of parliament. Why? It's the members of parliament who deal with the laws in this country. It's them. And in this case, woe betide us. We have a parliament that we even give the power to budget, apart from legislating. So there are many things they can do. We've had institutions like the ones you're aligned to, who have been threatened directly and told, okay, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, when they tried to regulate what the parliament,
MPs,
what were they told?
We'll defund you.
Yeah, pure, simple. That's a criminal utterances. Okay, but let's push back. You're trying to do what exactly to reduce what we get? Okay, we'll see if you'll actually function. Because you're defunded, you can't operate. Now, what am I saying? We don't see how very impactful that one incident is. If there had been opposition to that thinking, we would have seen, because members of parliament would have risen up and said that you can't do that, blah, blah, blah. I didn't see it. If somebody saw it, they should tell us. So it tells me they're of one mind on that particular issue. How dare you even think? How dare you even suggest?
That happened in the 11th and the 12th parliament.
Yes. So essentially, they're telling us about the dictatorship we're talking about. We can do what we want. And you dare not try and stop us. Now, when the House that we have temporarily bequeathed permission, we've given them, we've transferred powers to, have the temerity to behave in such a manner. And they are the ones who are supposed to be the overseers of the executive. They are supposed to ensure that the laws that govern us are just and equitable. And that's how they think. Tell me what's going to become of our laws.
Yeah. It's cray-cray.
Yes. And that's the example that is set.
Yeah.
And then you have a court order, and the highest office in the land disregards it. And it didn't start today. It started with the previous government.
In terms of, just monitoring the country, and I know there's a lot of research that goes into just corruption and anti-corruption, I wanted to call them services, but practices in the country. What are some of the, if you know of any, what are some of the reasons as to why people get into these corruption practices? Is it because they're looking for more opportunities? Is it because they lack opportunities and they just need opportunities? Or is it because, again, it is just in our nature to be corrupt? Because sometimes I look at some of the folks that have been arrested or indicted because of corruption, and I'm asking, huyu jamaa ila tile pesa ameiba bwana, angeibata kota ya hiyo pesa. What drives people into corruption really?
Yeah. Initially, I'd mentioned greed. I would add to. There's also that I call it a squirrel mentality. Squirrel mentality is where you just want to accumulate and accumulate.
Oh, the way they just
Nothing
take nuts.
is enough.
Yes.
Yes.
You know, squirrels just accumulate nuts.
Exactly.
Hata kama hawazikuli.
Yes. So human beings, you find that those who just want to accumulate and accumulate, nothing is enough. It still speaks to the greed.
Yeah.
And there's also your choice. You've chosen to do what is wrong. Yes.
Because you hear someone has been indicted over, I don't know, 500 million, and they've only been employed by the county for the last 3 years, and you're thinking, hey, by the time you're stealing 500 million, yes, tunajua ukuli peke yako, but still 500 million.
Chief,
in 3 years.
How do you explain where a governor of a certain county allocates 2 billion?
Yes.
For just
his office
administration? You know, it boggles your mind.
Yeah.
You wonder, was he putting up a new building?
Yeah. Na sezo county ilipatiwa 9 billion.
Yes.
So someone has taken literally a quarter of that money.
No, clean. Yeah, as we say in Kenya, imeenda.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, that sort of thinking. See why, in my mind, corruption of that nature is important. If you look at the outcomes of that particular level of corruption, one, it's embedded in impunity, yes, but the services that the citizens of that county are then denied, it amounts to a crime against humanity because very many people suffer as a result of it. So such a person should not just be judged, or if they were to be taken to court, to this ordinary court where we look at economic crimes. No. That person should head towards the Hague. Because in all honesty, people die because resources that has had money allocated to has been decided by one individual that him and his 10 best friends are going to keep for themselves. Yes.
Maybe I should add,
Yes, please.
remember corruption, it thrives where we have weak controls, where there's limited accountability, where citizens are silent. And we've all seen in the past, let me give this example of the US, when this young man, he was called Shali, when he exposed the suspected fraud in Minnesota.
Okay.
We saw that power of a citizen exposing and demanding accountability. There was a lot of large-scale enforcement action. There was policy changes, and the country was woke. So even as a nation, if we get to a point where the citizens demand accountability and are active citizens,
Yes.
and responsible to demand for it, and not just be spectators when things go wrong, then there's hope that we'll build a culture of integrity on that aspect. Yeah.
And we've been seen by the citizens being very active in exposing dealings, questioning, because sometimes there's also a lack of understanding, and people will want to understand, hey, this thing that we are being told we are financing, or this thing that we are building, or this thing that has been commissioned, we are told it's going to cost X amount of money. We just need to understand what on earth is going on. So we are seeing much of that. However, we are not seeing the institutions that have been given the power and authority to help us understand and perhaps even prosecute some of these matters, buttressing the whole issue. So I think people are also getting tired, losing faith. Juu tutakuja tuseme okay fine, kuna hii building imejengwa hapa ya 1 billion na sisi tunajuanga such buildings should cost ikienda sana 50 million. But you do not see people being arrested. You don't see parliament discussing it. You literally don't see anyone. If anything, you who spoke out unaanza kutafutwa, or mara unaanza kuexpose, and those are things that are actually deterring people from even speaking out. And I don't know what will ever happen about that. What do you think should happen? Because if I am afraid of speaking out, and yet I can see in cases we're even seeing whistleblowers losing their lives. I'm sure you've been seeing what has been happening in the news lately. You blow a whistle on a project, the next time you're in a forest somewhere decomposing. See, now that's what is making people even shut up more. Inazuia watu.
Yeah.
So what do you think people should do in that case now?
Yeah, let me speak on the last part, on the whistleblowing.
Yes.
And we've always been encouraging people to report corruption. But also remember, as much as you report corruption, your own security matters. So
Yes.
you don't come report and then go out there, keep saying how you've reported. You first need to ensure that safety, you ensure you uphold your own safety by not sharing. Because as an institution, we are mandated to protect you. It's in the law.
Right.
We also encourage reporting anonymously if you think
your life is in danger.
Your life is in danger. We have different. When you go to our EACC website,
yes,
we have an anonymous way of reporting, or even you walk in person and you'll be at the Integrity Center or our 11 regional offices, and you'll be guided through on how to report matters of corruption.
Okay.
But that said, remember, we are saying we are not gauging our success based on arrests alone. We have other mandates, for instance, the corruption prevention, the promotion of ethical standards, the public education and awareness. We can say there is progress, especially on matters of awareness, because we've been vocal and raising that awareness through different platforms and education systems, through the education system, as we had mentioned, working with the universities, working with the schools, the Teacher Service Commission, the Ministry of Education, and I believe we are doing it right because we are starting from when they are children, and also trying to tell people all this starts from a family level.
Yeah.
So even at a family level, the children, what you do, monkey see, monkey do.
Oh yes.
So even at a parental level, parents need to do it right. Yes.
When you first went to school, and then you would go home, and you'd share with your parents what it is you learned, if the parent gave you an alternate view to the one which the teacher had told you, you know where I'm going with this, which view did you take more seriously, your parents or the teachers?
Teacher is always right.
You see, the emphasis on ensuring that the things we speak of are embedded in our education system. I still remember a term, the Pythagoras theorem. I have no idea what it means.
A half base times height.
Yes, as I said,
it is the area of a triangle.
See, you can explain it all you like. You know, I've taken the position that I don't understand it. That's my position.
So,
even if you simplify it, okay? Even base and height are not involved. You told me, see, think of a straight line and think of one going horizontal.
Right.
I'll still tell you, I don't understand.
It has to be perpendicular.
Yeah, that one I don't understand it at all. But I understand the term. I was taught. It has stuck. There's nothing I can do with it. It is in my mind. It's never going to go away. Now, if a small child is willing to disagree with the parent on a simple issue, because teacher said, it tells you the position the teacher held in the mind of this child. And it tells you what teaching does, because the teacher introduces you to things your parents probably didn't introduce you to, the subject matter in school. Okay? Now, what isn't seen or said is that the child then forces the parents to start thinking about the things they say and the things they know. Because the child is actually now expressing a view that they've held to be true because of what the teacher has said. Now, in the 1970s, the country we like quoting, so I'm going to join the fray of people who quoted America. In 1973, there was something that we always talk about. It's called the Watergate scandal. It was during the time when a gentleman called Richard Nixon was the president of America. There was a building called the Watergate Complex, and it housed the Democratic Party, some administrative wing of the Democratic Party. Simply, there was the accusation that the party that Nixon belonged to, or the Republican, had bugged that particular office. Secondly, he used to illegally tape conversations in the Oval office in the White House. So when it broke out, there was the issue of, okay, one, the wiretapping and so forth were illegal, number one. Number two, the tapes that he had recorded, those days was tapes, it wasn't digital.
Yeah.
When he was asked to produce them, he refused. When eventually he did, because the Supreme Court said, you must do the Supreme Court, it proved that, one, he knew about it, he had ordered them, he had resigned. So this is 1974. He stands as the only American president who has had to resign as a result of that particular scandal. The rule of law.
Yeah.
There are people within the judicial administrative system who actually also had to resign. So when the rule of law is in place, even the president, you can have a lot of powers, but the moment it goes against the rule of law,
you're powerless.
You're powerless, and you know it means the rule of law is supreme. We have a constitution that places us right there, where right and wrong clear, what happens to you if you don't adhere to the rule of law clear. Yet we're heading towards an election. EACC is going to produce a list of people who, according to our constitution, should not stand because they either stole, or they did this, or they did the other. Then the IBC will decide, no, actually, that's really not that serious. What we can do, we can just allow them to stand. Now, that opens the floodgates for the whole caboodle of ne'er-do-wells that we have in this country. Okay? To now feel free to vie for public office. Now, when these people land in public office, God Almighty, what do you think they're going to do to our laws, or the administration of our laws, or the making of our laws?
Watafanya kitu ambayo hatujui.
IBC is a body similar to the one that you belong to, in terms of they are supposed to uphold its integrity. Now, the moment there's a breach, the moment there's a gap within the 20 organizations that you said, the rule of law then becomes untenable. How do you bridge this? How do you ensure that that doesn't happen?
City, I would tell you, as a country, Chapter 6 being the foundation of the ethical standards, we have legislated that. We have it. But remember, when it comes to the power of voting, it goes back to our citizens. Who are you electing? When you go and find in that menu somebody who has been over and over mentioned in scandals and is part of that list that you're supposed to elect, and you still elect. So as much as institutions, for instance, EACC, the courts have been very clear. We have the mandate to enforce Chapter 6. IBC, when we share that list, they'll say they don't have any mandate, and the courts have also ruled the only person that can bar candidates from vying
is the IBC.
Is the court.
Is the court.
It is the court.
I am telling you, it is the IBC, because the courts pronounce themselves. We are clear. You produce the list as ethics and anti-corruption. Then we see that guy's name on the ballot box. So, a direct disregard for the rule of law, nothing happens. In an ideal situation, that entirety of those commissioners should actually resign. Because it is clear, IBC, ethics and anti-corruption have done their job, the courts have done their jobs.
NCIC imefanya kazi.
They've all done their jobs. NIS have done their job.
DCI.
They've done their job, and they've said, hawa, abana.
Kuna vile.
Then IBC goes and says, guys,
mweupe kama pamba.
Nyinyi, hiyo maoni yenu mtaka tunayo, huwa atasimama. And then?
Nothing happens.
But remember, for the IBC, is only when the candidates don't meet the requirements that are set out in the law. But primarily, they'll go to court. Once they go to court, if the courts give them a go-ahead, they'll proceed. But so far, what is there is when you're barred by the courts. Like the issue of impeachment. We've had people being barred. They cannot be elected. And so for now, we have a precedent from the from the Supreme Court, that it's until the courts bar you. And one of the grounds is impeachment.
Okay.
Yes.
I feel like we need to start rewarding people who actually uphold integrity. In my opinion, it's because we want to inculcate this into our culture until we get to a point whereby we can say, now we're good to go. So what do I mean? I mean, so that we don't look at someone who upholds integrity as the misnomer.
Yes.
How about we start holding competitions, essay writing competitions and other kinds of competitions that perhaps given time we can actually come up with, whereby we involve universities, colleges, TVETs, schools, whether it's the junior secondary, the sasa kuna wanga na JSS na gani ingine hizo zote all the way back huko kindergarten, whereby people engage and write about integrity in very many ways, whether it's a composition, whether it's an essay, whether it's an insha, but we discuss the issues of the day, and then at the end of it all we have people being rewarded at those particular levels. We come to the media cycles as well. Who has written the best piece as far as integrity, corruption, anti-corruption ethics is concerned? Let those guys also be, so that it can start becoming a normal conversation. The same way betting is a normal conversation. The same way alcoholism is a normal conversation. We also need to start making these issues on ethics and integrity as normal a conversation as they can be. Let them be in matatus. Let's reward musicians who write music about integrity and ethics. Let's reward the best practices as far as businesses in integrity is because sionangi hizo. Mimi ninaonanga tu ni kama tunangojanga EACC na IEBC na NCIC na DCI wafanye hiyo kazi. And I feel like if we have this, if we make this a very normal conversation, then we will get somewhere. I don't know what you think.
Yes, you're so right. For the past many years, the Commission has been just known for the law enforcement aspect.
Yes.
But I know this financial year, we are rolling out the Recognition Integrity Awards. Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yes, the framework is still... actually, it should be approved soon, and we roll out that program, where we are saying, let's honor and appreciate those who are doing good, those who are upholding ethics and integrity. So we have two categories. We'll have individuals, be it persons with disability, be it women, be it the youth, be it community champions, be it volunteers who will demonstrate an innovative way they've done or an impact they've made. In demanding accountability or on matters of integrity. So on individual part, that one is in the pipeline.
Okay.
Also for institutions, we have institutions that are making progress in the reforms.
Okay.
Be it automation that they are doing, be it even at the institutional level, they are rewarding their people because of upholding integrity. You'll find you'll hear stories. Somebody was approached to be given money, some good sum of money, but because they chose to do the right thing, they refused to take that bribe. That person, it's time we recognize them for doing the right thing and for upholding integrity. So for sure we have that program in the pipeline before the end of the year.
Whistleblowers.
Yes.
Are they in that list? Because whistleblowers in this country suffer.
Sure. They are part of that list. Whistleblowers are part of that list. Yeah.
Actually, very few whistleblowers have ever done their job and...
Man, you suffer.
You live at your normal life.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate.
You suffer. You really suffer.
Whistleblow, you have to leave this country. God leaves you where? You leave your family behind. You leave your land behind. You leave your work, your career, kila kitu. And it shouldn't be that way.
Yeah. Doing the right thing, you shouldn't suffer such consequences.
Unfortunately, doing right has those consequences in this country.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. You'll even be arrested.
Yes. Institutions, like you've said, businesses such as, let's say, even Radio Generation, this year, what have you done to ensure that you have contributed towards the ethics and integrity of the business space? Those are awards, I think, if every company, and we go to every sector, whether it's manufacturing, the service industry, media, I think itasaidia sana.
Yeah, it will go a long way. And remember also, it will enhance the culture of integrity because there'll be continuity of people wanting to do
very true.
Good. Yeah.
Very true. Thank you so much. We have come to the end of this conversation. Any parting shots, Joyce?
I would urge all of us to do the right thing. It could be the small decisions we make at home, at our workplaces, and we shouldn't give up for doing the right thing. And I know all religions anyway condemn corruption, so we can as well make it happen.
Yeah.
And it's the small and little choices that will make towards that will make a difference. Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Someone is asking, let me just read their comment. They're asking how to get in touch with the forum. Is there like an email? Is there a phone call? I mean, a phone number they can call, or how do they get in touch?
Yes, we are active on X. We have a Twitter account. It's called Cliff_Kenya. And we also have a mobile number. I don't know if I can share it.
Yes, you can.
Let me just...
That is Star Kenya. Star Kenya amesema our systems are adequate, but they are short-circuited by those kleptomaniac politicians. Our thuggish mind knows no bounds. Okay. Sawa sawa. All right. Umepata hiyo namba?
Yes.
Tupatie.
It is 0715 408 568.
Okay.
I can repeat.
Sure.
0715 408 568.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much. We are taking a short break, getting to the news. Then when we come back, we're still on matters SACCO savings. Infrastructure fund pia lazima tutaongelelea, because I know that is a big question that Kenyans need to have. So it's about the cooperatives bill standoff. And with us is the CEO Cooperative Alliance of Kenya, that is Daniel Marube. So msiende mbali, tuaja sasa hivi.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 80 more Kenyans have arrived home from South Africa after being evacuated by the government through the State Department for Diaspora Affairs and the Kenya High Commission in Pretoria. The returnees include children and other vulnerable persons who are received at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, where they underwent debriefing and received psychological support before reuniting with their families. The repatriation comes amid rising xenophobic violence in South Africa, where many other African states have organized flights to remove their citizens from the country. Stima DT Sacco CEO Dr. Gamaliel Hassan is urging financial institutions to embrace digital innovation as more Kenyans use multiple banks, SACCOs, and mobile money platforms. He says financial service providers must expand their digital services to meet customers where they are and adapt to changing financial needs. Hassan was speaking today on Radio Generation.
So we have to agree that a Kenyan today is somebody who's self-aware. He knows what he wants, and he's everywhere. And if that's the case, and if you agree to that premise, it then means as a financial service provider, you need to be where your members are. You need to be in the digital space. You need to be in internet banking. You need to be in everything that they do. Unafaa kuwa kwa mtandao now. So these services then, as SACCOs, it became very obvious to us that there was a need that was being asked by our members. Our members were saying, okay, hold on. Mimi nimekuja naeka pesa kwako, you're just telling me the only thing I can save and nothing else, and probably borrow from back office. But if I go outside there, I have a digital wallet I can use. I go outside there, there's a bank offering me this service. There's a digital credit provider offering me this. So what are you doing about it? So I think it is the whole fusion of the fact that we'll become very digitized as a country, very innovative as a country. And that means that SACCOs also do not exist in a vacuum. We need to fit into that financial service environment whereby we can offer a lot.
Kiharu Member of Parliament Ndindi Nyoro strongly criticized the IBC over incidents of electoral violence, intimidation and voter interference during the Olkalau by-election. He called it a mock exam for the 2027 polls and warned that inaction could erode public confidence. The lawmaker called on the electoral agency to monitor the events in the constituency and see what the common mwananchi is seeing.
Na Wakenya wanachukua notes. We are all taking notes. And I want to ask this question to IEBC. Even as we proceed for the by-election next week, are the commissioners of IEBC clear-minded that whatever is happening is the right thing that should be happening? Why haven't we seen any step on the side of IEBC? Hata wakikemea mambo ambayo Wakenya wanaona dhahiri kila siku. then it is clear IEBC waambia wa Kenya that kukiwa na election, you can actually do anything to gain votes.
Nigeria's president has ordered an investigation after reports that a fake government agency was created inside his own office and allegedly received about $950,000 in public funding. The presidency says the document that approved the agency was forged. Police are now searching for a man identified as Adenyemi Matthew, who allegedly posed as the agency's director general. Authorities accuse him of forgery and impersonation. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor!
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 8 minutes past 9 o'clock. Muko namna gani? Najua mko sawa because I can see your comments on our spaces and I'm absolutely loving them. This Wachane Atu said the Stima Sacco discussion with Dr. Hassan was very informative. A good discussion indeed. Well done, Radio Generation. Asante sana Wachane. And then kuna mtu alikuwa ameuliza story nyingine hapa ya Sacco na imepo. Yes. That is Danson Kenywa. Danson Kenywa, I'm sorry I saw your message late and it was about Cusco because you were asking, Mbuvi, can the guest tell us how far they have gotten with Cusco recoveries? Well, I'll try my best to ask this guest because I'm sure you wanted me to ask the other guest, but sikuwa nimeona message yako in good time, lakini it's never late, sindio? So like I told you, we have the CEO of Cooperative Alliance of Kenya, that is Daniel Marube. Daniel, good morning. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much indeed, and I'm happy to be hosted by you this morning.
All right.
Yeah.
Nimeambiwa na producer nisiseme niache story mingi, we go straight to the point. On matters Cusco, what really happened? Because we know what we've had in the news. We know money was lost. We know the CS for cooperatives received a report, and I remember very well, in very many words, walisema hiyo kitu imeenda na tusahau hiyo pesa.
Is that what they said?
Yes, they did. In very many words. But now that we have the CEO of Cooperative Alliance of Kenya, maybe you can tell us if you know anything about this situation. Is there any new developments we need to know about Cusco?
You are assuming that all your listeners know who CAK is. Do I start there for a minute?
Please.
Then I can come to
For
that.
sure.
Yeah, thank you very
For
much
sure.
indeed.
Yes.
As you have said, my name is Daniel Marube.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the Executive Director and the CEO of Cooperative Alliance of Kenya.
Yes.
Cooperative Alliance of Kenya is the apex organization of the entire cooperative movement.
All right.
So when we're talking about cooperative movement, we are talking about cooperatives.
Yes.
And SACCOS is a subset or a subsector
Of
of
cooperatives.
the cooperative movement.
All right.
So the cooperative movement is much larger than the SACCOS.
All right.
Now, number two, when you're talking about the Cusco,
yes,
the matters of Cusco are under investigations.
Yes.
As you remember, the forensic audit were done and the reports were handed over by the CS himself to the Director of Criminal Investigation
Yes.
and the boss of the police.
Right.
And they gave us a guarantee over the TV that they are going to do thorough investigations and any other person found culpable will be prosecuted.
Okay.
So that's where the case is. I may not speak much more because the investigation is still
ongoing.
very active. It's very active.
Okay.
So we leave it at that point, awaiting to see
All right.
what the investigative agencies, the government agencies are doing, and we are also very eager to see the actions that they will take. And we trust and believe that they have what it takes to bring that into action.
All right.
Nothing has been lost. We believe we can recover something. Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Siti ulikuwa unataka kuongezea hapo?
Well, actually, yes. I believe he's right. You know, one of the things about public opinion versus what the reality is what we're discussing here.
Yes.
And it's a good thing that when Marube is here, the public have a way of analyzing things and coming to a conclusion. And yet, one doesn't actually understand how SACCOs work, the relationship they have with Cusco, and what it is that happens in the event that a problem such as this one arises. People who have these institutions who create them know what to do.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, the moment you have an institution that is a regulator, guaranteed, you can't have a regulator if there are no laws, regulations that guide that sector. And if there's an infraction of the laws that guide the sector, there are laid down procedures as to how these matters will be handled and what it is that can be done. Because remember, at the end of the day, you're talking about individual members of SACCOs losing money. Because if the SACCO loses money, the SACCO doesn't have money. It is the members who give the SACCO money. So it's them who lose. There has to be a protection for them.
All right.
Yes.
Sawa sawa.
Thank you.
Tuingie kwa ingine sasa ya cooperatives bill.
Yeah.
There's been talk around the fact that the government is coming for SACCOs in terms of their savings, and they're going to take that money and put it in the infrastructure fund. What we know is, again, the deputy president just the other day, I think it was like 3 or 2 days ago, came out and said that is not true. This has been misunderstood. SACCOs and government, the only mali wanapatana is when SACCOs are being regulated via SASRA. Anything beyond that, ni porojo. So maybe you can help us understand what is going on.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Cooperative Alliance, we are not a SACCO. We are an advocacy body of the entire cooperative movement.
Very true.
We monitor what the government is doing at the national level and the county governments. After the 2010 constitution, you remember, the functions of cooperatives were devolved to the county governments. So we have 2 bills in parliament at the moment. And I want to start with the first one. The first bill, which we have been guaranteed that it will be coming an act of parliament in the next 1 month or so, has undergone almost 10 years of public participation.
Wow.
Because once the functions were devolved, there were no legal structures on how the county governments were going to handle the cooperatives. And number 2, the functions were overlapping. What was the national government going to do? What is the function of the Commission of Cooperatives? And what is it that the county government is going to do? So there was a duplications. So we have undergone through that, and the CAK, Cooperative Alliance, we have been at the center of it to ensure that, as part of our mandate, that all the laws and the regulations that are formed by the national government and the county governments are facilitative in nature, that they facilitate people to come together, form a cooperative, and that the cooperatives are protected so that the members, their funds and their produce is protected.
Okay.
That is our mandate. So we have been involved in it. And I can tell you, in this country, the cooperative bill, the mother bill, the cooperative, the bigger bill, upon which the SACCO Societies Act is anchored, has been heavily debated in this country, across the country. Members have been involved in it, and we are very happy that as soon as the bill comes out, it has 2 things or 3 things that will guarantee us that the cooperatives will be protected.
Okay.
Number 2, that the national government functions have been clearly stated and that there's no duplication from what the county governments will do. County governments will be the one to promote cooperatives.
Okay.
They are the ones to supervise cooperatives.
All right.
They will be the they will be chairing the committee that does vetting to ensure that the elections are properly made, and we have credible cooperative leaders elected at the grassroots. And the national government, therefore, will remain with making policies and regulations that can be applied.
Okay.
So, as much as we have 47 counties, Kenya is a unitary state. We must be converging at one point. And the cooperatives are therefore, through this act, are not restricted into the county, but you can be able to, you cannot avoid uniting people across the country. So cooperatives is a uniting factor, and therefore cooperatives can be able to do business across the country.
All right.
Number two, we have addressed the issues of governance. You have talked about a few circles falling here and there. We wanted to undertake a preventive measure than waiting for a circle to fail because of integrity issues and start pursuing people. And you know, the wheel of justice in this country takes time. It's very slow. It may come after 10, 15 years, but may be too late.
Okay.
And therefore, that we are saying, how do we prevent the failure of a circle anymore? We want to have measures. We want to have protective issues. So we will start from the governance, from how do you elect your leaders. And the power of a cooperative society is not in the government. It is in the hands of the members. And this is executed at the General Assembly.
All right.
AGM. That's where the decisions are made. All right? And they are made by members. And the members elect their own leaders because they know them, they trust them, they know who can lead, who is a thief, they don't need. And above that, we have added another layer that we are going to have an independent committee that can be guided by the county government so that we can vet you. If you want to become a leader of a cooperative society, you apply in advance to allow us to do what? To vet you.
Okay.
So that bill is good bill. I want to assure all the members that we have done public participation. We have given our views. Our views were listened by the Parliament Committee and the Senate, and we are happy with the way it's coming up.
From your understanding, and of course now that you've mentioned being the umbrella body, what are some of the reasons you think or you know of that are making circles to fail?
Now, I'm coming to that.
Okay.
Now, that was the first bill, the mother bill.
All right.
Now we have this bill that is causing a lot of issues and a lot of medias and social media circulation. It is the Circle Societies Bill.
All right.
The Circle Societies Bill will address the issues. Number one, it is talking about the financial sector, circles, savings and credit. This morning, I had a discussion.
Yes.
And we said the objective of a cooperative is to bring people with a common mind to solve a common problem. The common problem that the circles were solving is access to affordable financial services to its members. The members of the circles are both the owners and the consumers of the services they are providing to themselves. So we apply the principle of mutuality in this. Now, the circles are failing. Some of them are failed because of the integrity of the leadership, the integrity of the management, and even the integrity of some of the members, their own members. So it's a people issue. It's not a legal issue. It's about people who have been entrusted to take care of their members' resources. All right?
Okay.
And we are saying in the members themselves, they have what we call the bylaws. Bylaws is what the members agree on how they are going to run. It's like FIFA. They have their rules on how to play
govern football, yes.
How to govern. So the governance of the circle is through the bylaws. So the bylaws guide them. If you don't pay if you are not an active member, how do we remove you? How do we include you to become a member? How do we enlist you?
Yes.
So now, one of the biggest issues that we have had is on governance. Integrity is about people. The CEO, maybe staff members collaborating with somebody else, and there's maybe members of the board who have given themselves a lot of loans and they are not paying. So those are some of the isolated cases that we are now going to address in the SACCO Societies Amendment Bill that is being discussed very much indeed.
Okay.
I want to, in the few minutes, just allow me to clarify one thing.
Go ahead.
That the bill that you have been seeing circulating is a government bill.
All right.
It was brought to Parliament by the leader of majority. That bill is being discussed. We picked it as the apex body. We called the leadership to Naivasha, the leadership of cooperatives. In cooperatives, there's no vacuum.
Yes.
We have structures.
All right.
We have leaders. We have there's CEOs, for example, they have owned their own forum. The chairmen have created their own forum.
Okay.
We discussed this bill. The bill you see, the green bill that you're seeing circulating, it's no longer the same. We have debated it. We have dissected it. We have gone through public participation. We have gone through the committees in Parliament.
Yes.
It's no longer the same. People are circulating an historical document. The current document that we have submitted our memorandums to, it will be completely in a different situation,
Yes.
in a different shape. And that's not the end. Parliamentary committee will be submitting their final document.
Yes.
And it will still be going to the Senate.
Right.
So I'm encouraging our members, wherever they are, if you have issues, the social media will not change the bill.
Just a second, sir. This one that you're talking about, the green one, is the one that was published on 30th of June last year.
Yes.
That one is the one that you've said you have discussed it and it is not what should be circulating, if at all.
Yes, the content has completely changed.
Okay.
We have debated on it. We have dissected. We have given different opinions.
Okay.
So the second version will be coming through the Committee of Parliament. And so we will look at what the committee, how they have captured our views before it goes to the Senate. And the Senate committee also will come out for public participation. So we still have an opportunity for anybody having an issue to present it at that point.
So there is no that thing called a super SACCO fund.
Now, what the bill is suggesting, and it's being supported, is that, we have a 4-tier structure in cooperatives. We have a primary cooperative where people, the first contact, where you, myself, your colleague, you formed a SACCO.
Yes.
That's a primary cooperative. And you are run, you get the regulations, and you do your bylaws. And then we will have what we call a secondary cooperative, where two cooperatives can come together and form one body to provide services to all of you for efficiency and for economics reasons.
All right.
For example, we have coffee and milk. The small SACCOs come together and form a union. We have coffee unions. So since we started our cooperatives, we have always had a secondary cooperative. And then we are going now to have a third layer where we are going to have federations or national unions.
Okay.
For example, CIC, Cooperative Insurance Company,
yes,
is a cooperative, is a national cooperative insurance cooperative.
Okay.
To provide a specific service, to provide access to affordable insurance services to everybody on the national level.
Yes.
We formed the cooperative bank as a national corporate bank,
yes,
to provide access to affordable financial services to cooperatives,
yes,
across the world. Across the country.
Okay.
No discrimination. So those are specifics. So what we are looking at in the new bill, as what we are calling a super SACCO, is a union. An apex is a federation of 30, 60, 40, 20 SACCOs coming together to get specific services. For example, that union will provide two things: liquidity services, central liquidity, and shared services. All right,
To the SACCOs.
to the member SACCOs.
Okay.
To the member SACCOs.
All right.
So we are saying your SACCOs come together, form a secondary SACCO. This, the other people are calling it a super SACCO.
Okay.
So that SACCO will provide shared services to
To
who?
its member SACCOs.
To the member SACCOs. What kind of services? ICT, for example, technology. Technology is very dynamic and very important. Instead of all of you spending millions, why don't you build one system and share it up?
It's cheaper.
It's cheaper and efficient.
So it's like an estate having one watchman as opposed to every house having a watchman.
Every bus, exactly, you put it very clearly.
All right.
Number two, maybe you have an issue you want to escalate to the apex organization. Once you are together, you need legal services. Do it together.
Have one lawyer.
One lawyer who takes care of you, where you having several lawyers to deal with one case. So, and number two, liquidity.
All right.
What it means here is that when you are together in that union of SACCOs, is that you can borrow money from each other. You facilitate the inter-SACCO lending. In the morning you wake up, banks do the same, isn't it?
Yes,
they lend to each other.
Yes, they
so
do.
we are saying the SACCOs can also, instead of going to look for money in the bank, which is quite expensive, why don't you people come together, put your resources together? In the event you have a distress in your liquidity in the morning, you can borrow from each other. Through who?
Through this super SACCO.
They are calling it a super SACCO. So it will facilitate.
Which name did you give it? I want us to.
It's a union.
It's a union.
Yeah.
So you can borrow from this union.
Yeah, the union aggregates and it becomes like you are a central bank, a small one, you to lend each other. And then you will agree. The members of each other will agree at what rate. We are brothers. This is an in-house thing.
Can I ask a question?
Ask.
Banks, every bank that we have has its own. Well, it is a house for the monies that their clients either put in as fixed deposits or what they trade with. SACCOs put their money in banks, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So, how does this then work? Because your money is in the bank as a deposit. How then will you be able to trade with each other with the money that you have in the bank, and yet it is this same money that banks use to do the business that they do?
So when I go to my SACCO to withdraw money, they usually go to the bank to withdraw it.
Yes, it is not.
It's in their bank account.
Yes,
it's in their bank account.
They have a bank account with the banks, so it's not as though they have a bank account with the SACCO. It's with the bank.
Let me explain that. So once we aggregate them, each one of you will be putting a certain amount of money into the union. This union would also act as a what? A link between the two of us. You are a SACCO, you are a SACCO, I'm a SACCO. I have excess fund. For example, every 5th of the month, the daily cooperatives are paid.
Okay.
So you will find today you are cash rich. But the teacher SACCO, the member there, teacher SACCO, has a lot of need. The teachers require a lot of loans.
Yes.
But they don't have enough money. So instead of going to the bank, you borrow from you. That's what we mean by
in that bank account of ours.
No, in this central.
So the union will be functioning as a central bank,
like a central bank.
Like a central bank
for the members.
Central bank has other functions that SASRA has. Central bank is a regulator. Among other things that it does, we know it's a regulator. It's a banker for the government. It's a banker for the banks. We know that.
Yes.
But it also regulates the functions of banks.
Yes.
SASRA does that for cooperatives.
No. SASRA does not regulate the liquidities.
What does it regulate?
It regulates there's a what do we call prudential guidelines.
So it regulates the governance.
The governance,
Okay.
Making sure that your liquidity ratios are okay, your capitalization is okay.
But they don't keep your
Oh,
money.
no, they don't keep the money. SASSA does not keep the money.
All right, then we have a problem, because what then is going to regulate the federation or the unions?
The union, once the union has been established, we have not established them. Once we have established them, they will be under the regulation of SASRA. SASRA is the one who is going to give them the parameters on how to operate. So it will be under the watchful eye of who? Of the regulator, who will be SASRA and not central bank.
Walala.
Okay.
All right. So we want to develop this within the cooperative ecosystem, that within ourselves we can be able to manage ourselves. We can lend amongst ourselves with the mutual understanding and regulations, but our regulator SASRA will be keeping an eye on it to make sure that that clearing, that interlending is done within a certain set regulations.
So essentially, you are beyond the competition that you currently provide for banks, because you are good competitors for banks, and I am grateful that SACCOs exist. Very, very grateful. Okay? But now you're going to heighten the competition that you provide for the banks.
Of course, the banks will not like us anymore.
Yes.
We are becoming independent.
Yes,
you are depending on us. We are now becoming independent.
Actually, a lot of the funding that banks have come from SACCOs.
Exactly.
All these you hear about SACCOs have 1.2 trillion in terms of their net. It's in the
bank.
bank.
So what was that's a misconception also.
No, it is not. Is there any? It is not a misconception. Is there any money that SACCOs have that is not in the bank?
They have bank accounts.
Yes, and that's where the money is.
Yeah, let me finish on that. Yeah.
All right. Yes.
So once we have done that, that's a new inclusion introduction in the SACCO Societies Act, and that's where people think by so doing the government might come in and to this SACCO and take the money away. That's where the issue is. Now, the issue of 1.3 trillion asset that the money believed to be in the accounts of the SACCOs, that there's no such a money.
How much is it?
All the 1.3 trillion is the money that the SACCOs have given as loans to their members.
So 1.3 trillion is what is out there as loans.
It is in the housing, it's in the medical bills, it's in education, it is in the land, it's in the cars, it is in whatever things that the members have borrowed. So remember, members are borrowing 3 times their savings.
Yes.
So our saving is about 800 billion, but they have borrowed in excess of their savings. However, the SACCOs still have some money for day-to-day liquidity.
So what we are saying, Mr. Marube, is that there is nowhere we can walk in today and we ask for 1.3 trillion ifungule tuambwende ile pale.
Hakuna.
Aya. Question again, coming back to this issue of the union, aka Super SACCO.
Yes.
You want to say that if 60 SACCOs come together to form this super entity,
yes,
they will have their own bank.
They will. They are not necessarily going to close their accounts in the banks.
Yes,
but they are creating a facility to support each other.
Yes,
in the event of liquidity distress.
So this money that they are going to bring together, these monies that are going to be available for this distress.
Yes.
Hiyo pesa ndio nataka kujua itakuwa wapi. Itakuwa kwa, for example, because tulikuwa tusha mention cooperative bank.
Yes.
Will that money be in cooperative bank or will that money be in a new place that they...
It will be in a cooperative bank.
Okay.
It's so within our key ecosystem.
So it won't be at sasa now we have this new Super SACCO and we have a bank called Super SACCO Bank, whereby 60 banks have come together and that's where they put their money.
No.
Okay.
No.
But that particular arrangement that you have is an excellent one for SACCOs. But you are going to reduce the liquidity of the banks that you bank in. You are going to hamper the liquidity.
It's still going to be in the banks.
Bro, let me explain.
Yeah.
When the bank talks of the money and it lends you, it's other people's money it is lending
I know.
So you unajua? Okay, sawa. Now, other people, SACCOs, because they're also other people. they are going to do something that the banks do. They are increasing their activity by ensuring that they have a process that pulls their money into a different account, which they are calling a union or a federation, and which they can lend.
Bank.
It's all in the bank,
Yes.
which they can lend each other. Okay. Now you see that process of lending each other removes, in my opinion, some functions that the bank ordinarily would have done.
The banks will lose.
Yes.
So what we are saying is that the bank cannot use this money of yours to do
Oh, no, it can.
They can
It
still
can.
do it.
They will still
Then
do
nothing
it.
has changed.
No, a lot has changed. A lot has changed. The SACCOs have determined that the money they have within the banking system, they want a little more control of it, and they want to determine how their money is used. The moment you have a union, you are saying that all the money that was in the banks and the banks could use is no longer there. Some of that money has gone into a separate account, which they are calling the union or the federation, which they can therefore use to help each other, overnight lending, etc., etc.
At affordable
Rates.
interest rate.
That competes directly with functions that the banks up to now have considered their own domain.
But that money is still in the bank, is it not?
It is in the bank.
Expand
But what we are saying,
expand your horizon, Paul.
Instead of
Yes.
you, Mbuvi, going to borrow from the bank at 18%, we are saying if we come together and create a smaller pool, you can borrow from that pool at 6%.
Okay.
All right.
So
it's
you will no
creating
longer need
efficiency.
to borrow from the bank.
Not as heavy as that.
Okay.
Yeah. As we evolve, this is what we are saying we can create. We will see how it's evolving, and then we can see how things change.
Okay.
But there's another thing, very important thing that we need to talk about. I've seen in the social media so much talking about government to borrow, to take that money from coming to take the SACCO money.
Yes.
You know, we still lend money to the government through T-bills.
Yes.
We're still doing it. And the infrastructure is not part of us. Our money is not available for infrastructure.
Okay.
Because infrastructure is long-term lending. Our first priority is to give our members affordable loans to develop themselves, to create wealth for themselves and their children. For short term, even now, SACCOs, they are putting the short term 90 days, 1 year maximum into the treasury bills. So there's nothing that prevents us from doing that. It's still going on. But let me say this. The government has no control of what the SACCOs do.
Okay.
They only set the regulations. The power on where to invest, when it's in the hands of the members at the AGM when we are setting the budgets.
Yes.
So really, I don't see where, and if the government would ever try to interfere with our ecosystem, I could be the first one to cause demonstrations. And you know I'm capable. You saw it on Saturday.
Yes.
We had more than 10,000 people, but we didn't cause any problems. Other than the traffic jam in town.
Yes.
Very peaceful people. So we remember, cooperatives is a private business entity. It's a member-owned, member-managed.
Yes.
Yeah, for members. So really, I have not seen anything. And as I said, the bill that is moving around has undergone through a lot of changes. And one of the other things that we have introduced in the SACCO bill is called Deposit Guarantee Fund.
All right.
Banks have their own deposit guarantee. And the SACCOs, we have said, we are of age now. When a SACCO fails, members lose everything. And we are saying, why don't we start slowly? Members contribute towards the SACCO Guarantee Fund. We put this money either in CIC, because we have a body.
Yes.
CIC is one of the largest insurance in Eastern Central Africa.
Yes.
We keep on developing so that in the event, it's an insurance function, remember, in the event a SACCO fails, members don't just go empty-handed. They have some insurance.
Yeah.
There is something that's given to them. So really, those are the two, basically, new inclusion into it. And we are tightening the governance issues.
Yes.
We are saying you mismanage a SACCO, you will never get another job elsewhere. If you are a CEO, if you are a finance manager, and you have caused a problem in the one SACCO, you cannot get another job elsewhere. We will circulate your name. We will blacklist you.
By anywhere you mean within the SACCO community,
or even in
bank?
Kenya, we will share your name to the banks and everybody.
Even in a supermarket,
Even unaenda huko nakuta jina yako iko huko.
Okay.
And number two, in the past, you mismanage the resources, you could be surcharged a maximum of 200,000 shillings or 400,000 shillings. But at the moment we are saying that we will not only surcharge you, we will pursue you, we will recover the money from you.
Yes.
By selling your property, so that wherever the money you took, we will look for your assets, recover that money back to their members.
That is in this new bill.
The new bill will provide that.
Will you go after those ones that were not within the jurisdiction of the bill? For example, for crimes that happened in 1990.
No, I think the law starts from that particular time it has been signed. The legal mind, the legal people will guide on us.
Nasema hivyo juu pesa yangu ilipotea mahali.
Yeah, so my brother, what we are saying, and we want to assure the Kenyans, is that their money is safe. The government is not stretching its hand into it, and the moment it attempts, I will call upon all the 14 million Kenyans we will demonstrate in Nairobi.
Yes.
Yeah. So far so good.
There's a comment here.
Yes.
By Matthew Shahi anasema the bill is wrong. The bill wants to create a cartel to micromanage operations within SACCOs. It just aims to create a busybody just like Cusco by a different name. What do you have to say about that?
No, if you look at the structures, this what we are creating, what is being prompted to be created is an institution to improve efficiency in the SACCO subsector. Efficiency in such a way that if you look at the moment, we are spending about over 4 to 5 billion shillings is spent annually on ICT, technology on SACCOs.
Why?
Everybody's got their own system.
Everybody has got their own thing.
They have their own people who are keeping their data. And we are saying that kind of money that is being spent,
can
if
be
we
invested.
were doing it together, it can be such a powerful institution. We could be having our own radio and our own TV.
But Mr. Marube, the issue that this gentleman raised, what's his name again?
Matthew Shahi.
No, what Matthew Shahi is saying is something that needs to be thought of and commented on for this very same reason.
Yes.
Were there fail-safes? Were there guardrails that were within Cusco that could have prevented what we saw happening?
What we did, Cusco, is that Cusco was not under regulation. SASRA, they were not under regulated under SASRA.
How was that allowed?
That there was a gap. That gap that was which we have now sealed. That anybody that was going to be created must be regulated. Every SACCO, anybody that is going to be registered under the Cooperative Societies Act must be regulated. So whatever body that is going to create must be under the watchful eye of a regulator. That will prevent a lot of issues.
On that issue of regulation, amesema Matthew Shai bado amesema
Matthew.
SASRA is already doing all that. Why can't they just strengthen SASRA? Then he goes on to say national takeover. The bill transfers heavy administrative powers, including registration, auditing, and dispute resolution, to the National Commissioner for Cooperative Development. Yeah, so member SACCOs in this super SACCO will no longer have 100% independent control over their own money.
There's no area that I think Mushai needs to relook at the functions of the national government.
Yes.
And the county government. County governments will be doing audit. Will be doing the audit of the SACCOs below them.
Okay.
Number two, we are going to have a register of vetted and approved auditors.
Okay.
You remember we have had issues The issues of Cusco, for example, we were told that the books were being signed by the auditor who had died several years earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, so we are going to make sure that on an annual basis, our audit, our regulator
is alive.
As approved the auditors. And we are not going to leave anybody registered or managing the members' funds, and it's not regulated. So
I think the problem that this gentleman has is this matter of SACCOs being audited by the county governments. Okay? Even if it is the auditors whom you have approved of, explain so that our listener understands what is the role of the national government? What is the role? What's the county? Sorry, not national. What is the county government's role in auditing? Why must it audit? What is the purpose?
The audit. We have small SACCOs, very small SACCOs that can't even afford the audit. So we are saying for the smaller SACCOs, the county government can offer that service.
Why doesn't this body, the federation, offer that service?
Thank you. Now, when you look at the new bill that we are waiting for, the apex body, that is for example CK, will be providing audit as a shared service. All right? To support the smaller cooperatives. Number two, the federations. The federations are going to be formed along the value chain. For example, the SACCOs will have their own federation.
Okay.
They will provide audit services. But the auditors, those people providing the audit service, must have been vetted, and they are alive, and their books can be trusted.
Okay.
All right? That is the only purpose. The national government will not be providing any audit services. They only register the books which have been audited for purposes of having a single register.
Okay.
So that you can be able to know in Kenya how many SACCOs do we have and what is their performance for a national outlook. But the greatest work, how do we elections, supervision, is at the county government.
Now, on the issue of government wanting to tap into this, when folks like Jimmy Wanjigi comes and says, the SACCO savings will be targeted by government, and many other people as well. We even hosted the deputy party leader of Jubilee Party here, Honorable Jeremiah Kioni, and he said he'll actually come coming week to show how this is going to happen.
Yes.
But you are telling us that is not going to happen. There is no day we will wake up and hear government of Kenya has been given X amount of money by these super SACCOs or by CAK now to invest in the National Infrastructure Fund. Is that what you're saying?
Never. We don't have that money we've lent our money is for our members. There will be no fund available.
Super SACCO yamue kupatia, because you said SACCOs buy T-bills, bonds and so on and so forth. There is no one time we will wake up and hear that there's a bond that has been bought here for 100 years.
No, never. Never.
Okay.
Members cannot approve that.
That will immediately affect the dividends.
Yes.
Immediately, and the members would know. Remember, the short-term instruments are favored by SACCOs, because at the end of every year they have to give an account of how that money has been invested, and it is measured by what? By the dividends that the members receive.
And the members must approve it in the AGM. You cannot just wake up and invest in the long term. It must be approved by the members. That one I want to assure you. Wanjigi and other people picked from the report that was given by one of the media.
Okay.
But that media has already apologized since that time that they didn't have the facts right. So we stopped it at that point. But they picked it immediately after that and made a big story out of it.
But you know why they were able to pick it up? Because the SACCOs did not tell their part of the story. They did not take hold of that narrative and lead with it. They left a gap, and that gap is what was exploited. Because what you're explaining now makes sense. We are asking questions, you are answering, you are shedding light. Our listeners are chiming in with the questions they have, you are explaining it. It leads to a question I'd wanted to ask. When you said you've conducted public participation, what do you mean? How did you conduct this public participation?
Yeah, remember the county, the national government always gives a notice where they are going to do collective use. Number two, I also circulated to our members. I invited members. We sat for a whole week in Naivasha. We went through that bill from one page to the other.
That is not public participation.
Wait. So number two, the memorandums. Maybe you will soon get a report from county government. I mean, from the national government. We asked our members to send memorandums to the clerk of
National Assembly.
They received tons and tons of those. So it's a question of, as they received them, I feel we met in Naivasha, we met in Nakuru, we met in Kisumu, we met in Isaac Walton. People came in large numbers from different cooperative societies to go through that particular bill, the Cooperative Societies Bill. Yes.
You see, what I am saying is this. One of the problems we've had with public participation is what government entities refer to public participation as, more so the county governments, when they're talking about their budgeting and what have you. There's always a query and a question as to whether what they call public participation actually represents the spirit of what public participation is about. Were the public informed about this particular bill in due course? If so, what were the means or the avenues through which they were informed? What period of time did they receive to be able to bring their contributions to it? Like this last finance bill that we had, that process was gone through. So when you say public participation, you are even told when to do this, how to do this, and it was in the public domain. It can't be public participation unless it is in the public domain, where people like myself who may not have an interest,
just walk in.
Yes. Okay. Now, all I'm saying is, SACCOs, for the longest time, have been some of the most organized entities we have in this country. They've been thoroughly organized, and that is the reason why the cooperative movement has been successful. Now.
True.
Right now, with the 2010 Constitution and the awareness that people have, the accountability factor plays a huge role in what we then need to do and how it is people receive information. The question that was asked points to them not having been adequately informed.
Adequate. The question is, I agree with you that the word adequate, how did everybody know? To what extent? Maybe that is the question that we need to find out, because we circulate. What we do is, as the apex body, we circulate to our SACCOs on email. We say that this is coming up. Please bring your what? Send us your views. What do you think about this? We shall be having a meeting in the Western region. We'll be having, please come with your memorandums. But still you can send the memorandum to the emails provided. We have gone to Parliament when several groups, we went to the committee, and I was there, and I carried a number of chairmen and the CEOs carrying their views from their caucuses. So that is how we participated in the public participation.
You know, I belong to a SACCO that gives you so much information. Half the time you wish they wouldn't give you the information. You can't complain that you don't get the information. You get it. Every little thing they want to do, they tell you. Every little thing. If there is a matter that requires the consensus of the membership, you know. And they tell you in advance. On this day, we're going to... And they keep talking to you. They keep informing you. You cannot complain. You are not adequately informed. Even if you want to, you can't complain. All I'm saying is that because of the problems we've had, the issue with Cusco notwithstanding, people are far more vigilant, they are far more suspicious, they are far more doubtful than they were before. When you've lost money in a SACCO that you trusted, you become super vigilant and you become super suspicious. So anything that involves a movement and you feel it isn't adequate, you will take the worst possible scenario and embrace it.
I agree with you.
Mr. Marube, I just want to read a few comments here if you allow me. Kuna Daughter of Africa amesema someone trying to open a shadowy bank and bypass certain laws to eventually defraud Kenyans. Kenyans are very skeptical.
And with good reason.
Yes, they have a reason.
That is why I think more participation needs to be done, even to the general public who are not members of any SACCO whatsoever. Because at the end of the day, the voices are louder because everyone is talking about it. Samson amesema, what is wrong or challenging for SACCOs to invest on the National Infrastructure Fund that will make members earn more? Is it possible that members can meet during their AGM, like you said, and they said, you know what, we would like to do long-term investment. We would like to put X amount of money into this NIF, even if it takes us 30 years to get our returns, it's okay. Is it possible for SACCOs to actually go that way?
If the members, remember I said, the organ that makes decision for the SACCO is the members.
Okay.
If the leadership of the corporate of that SACCO can take that proposal to the members, and they vote yes,
then it shall be. Okay.
That is it. It's the members.
Evans Onyango anasema, do you know that government is introducing delegate system? Just like MPs, they will make decisions on behalf of members. These delegates will be hosted at State House and support government. Is it true?
No. Now, the delegate system, it is okay. Let me explain what it means. This morning, you hosted Stima SACCO.
Yes, we did.
They said there are how many members?
241,000.
241,000.
Yes.
How do you conduct an AGM of that people fiscally?
It is impossible.
It's impossible.
Not virtually impossible, it is impossible.
Wala watu wanaendanga kwa rally za wafikangi 241.
Rally wanaendaga, but let me ask, do you want to communicate effectively? Or do you want to give the impression that you're communicating effectively? You can have a webinar. A webinar is like having a rally. Okay, depending on how many people you want to talk to.
Yes.
See, I'm saying this because I belong to a SACCO that does these things. That's how come I know. Yes.
So, thank you, sir. So what we are saying, there's one SACCO in Meru.
Yes.
It has almost 400,000 people. When they are holding their AGM,
yes,
you can't reach Meru. You can't, by the time you reach Nkobo, everybody's there.
Yeah.
People meet, it's a social place. The books of accounts can still be passed.
Yes.
But they don't know what's happening because you are too far from where the discussion is going on. So we are saying, let us put our members into groups, into regions, into blocks. So then you choose delegates.
Yes.
Delegates will get information. They will come back to you for member education.
All right.
So before the AGM, the CEO and the management will come to that cell, all right, that group, and explain to you. You pass your books. You go back to the AGM with the delegates having been given the mandate. We feel that is a better way for member getting more information than gathering 400. So the latest has 430,000 members. An AGM, a fiscal AGM cannot be possible.
So according to our viewer here, this is Evans Onyango, mwenye amesema hii mambo ya delegates.
Yes.
I think his fear is these delegates, because you know it's difficult to influence 241,000 people or 400,000 like you said in the issue of Meru.
Yes.
As opposed to dealing with, let's say, I don't know, maybe 400 delegates. Nikitafuta tu 100,000 nipatie kila delegate nimwambie wewe kitu pigeni kura hivi. It's easier for me to
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
So you see the fear.
It's issues of integrity once again.
Yes.
And we are saying, let me explain this.
Yeah.
Our members are not taking their responsibilities seriously.
Okay.
When you want, 10 of you in your SACCO, if you see there's something going wrong in the SACCO, you can call for an extraordinary AGM.
Okay.
And then during that extraordinary AGM, you can actually remove your board members from from the
office.
So we have made it simple and easier that members can be able to be in control of their businesses in the circle.
Yes.
So let them take an active role, not passively, but very active.
All right.
Yes.
Matthew Shah is back again. He's saying, if members bear 100% of the financial risk, they must retain 100% of the administrative decision-making power. Alafu akasema, why can't they adopt what CBK does? The Central Bank of Kenya regulates banks through strict standards, not direct interference.
I agree with him, and that's what we are recommending for SASRA.
Okay.
Banks, central bank can interfere directly, just so that you understand.
Yeah.
Do you know the powers the central bank has? My friend. No. Who do you think determines that certain banks should be shut down?
CBK.
And you're
yeah.
There are so many things they can do, and those are good things.
Yes.
Because that's what regulation is all about. But what is coming out and what Mr. Shah is saying, and why I'm agreeing with the angle he has taken. If a discussion, online, people can participate far more vigorously than if it is in person.
Okay.
Because imagine a situation where you are talking to your delegates who are maybe 100,000, okay, and it's online, right? You know what that means? It means you can have a secretariat that is taking in the comments as they come along.
Yes.
And they can be responded to. Now imagine 100,000 people in an open field.
It's not possible.
Yeah, itaendaje?
Bro, hii hata inaweza fanya nini kuwa na stampede.
Yes.
Not only that, actually, that's where now bad governance comes in.
Okay.
Because you are too many, a decision can be made in that confusion. Then you come to realize, oh, we passed that resolution. Then you wonder, I was there. At what point did we vote?
Yes. And secondly, when it's online, if you have a good platform, all the comments that are made, all the questions that are brought in,
they are available.
Yes, and they're documented. So when you're talking about considering what people had asked or said, you have evidence of what was spoken of or what was presented and how it was dealt with.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, Zuria Digital, you can actually even have a poll.
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Where you have a yes, no, maybe, none of the above.
Yes, or I don't
That's
understand.
exactly what I saw.
Or go to hell.
That's what I saw CIC doing.
Yes.
And the cooperative bank. They are doing it. They are holding a smaller meeting, and then members are able to vote. You have given the questions and issues before. You read, and after that, you are able to do it digitally. I think that's the way we need to have that hybrid.
We do.
Yeah.
Mr. Marube, we've come to the end of the show.
How soon?
Imagine.
Soon.
You have done it.
Imagine. Wakati umeisha. No, kitu tutafanya, tutaongea na producer. Sisi tukwangi wachao na wakati.
Hakuna shida.
Tuone vile tutaendeleza mazungumzo.
Yeah, but one thing that I conclude is that I hosted the deputy president.
Yes.
And we had more than 10,000 members at Uhuru Park. And what I want to say is that he never mentioned anything about SACCOs and the government with
infrastructure fund.
What he said is that at the moment, because of infrastructure funding, there is a bit of flexibility in their budget, and therefore is going to look for some money to support the Ministry of Cooperatives.
Yes.
All right? So that in the process we can increase the number of cooperatives, cooperative members from the current 14 million to 28 million.
But also, if I may say so, the participation of SACCOs in lending to government, because when you have bonds and bills, you are lending to the government.
Yes.
This is a discussion that the SACCOs, an organization like yours, could have spoken of so that the public understands that this is not something that is new.
It's not new. We are doing it already.
What is new is that this is a long-term investment. Yes.
Thank you. And I want to thank you very much indeed, and our listeners. I would please send me all those comments that have come. It will help us.
For sure.
Thank you. You have such a wonderful studio.
Thank you so much.
And God bless you. We hope to come back again.
God bless you too.
Yes, the cooperative movement is strong and stable.
Asante sana. That's why we come to an end, folks. Let's meet again tomorrow at exactly 6 a.m. where just as kawaida, we shall have some very nice conversations.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Inject Party leader Murara Kebaso says he has shelved his party and chosen to work with the Jubilee Party ahead of the 2027 general elections. Kebaso says established political parties have stronger structures needed for effective competition, including offices, networks, and candidates already on the ground. He argues that building momentum through an existing party is easier than running a new movement with limited resources. Kebaso also says the former President Uhuru Kenyatta's Jubilee Party remains the most popular political outfit in the region.
Yeah, it takes a back seat into the shelf.
Right.
Yeah, it will remain shelved for now. So that now we pursue joint interest inside the Jubilee Party.
Right.
Because then again, we need a party also that already has established structures, has established its offices and networks, already has a candidate and candidates. It feels good to be among other people.
Yes.
When you're fighting a battle and you fight it with other people, it's much easier than when you're fighting too few of you with very little resources and with not so well established networks. First, I'm running for Member of Parliament.
Yes.
For Borabu. In fact, I'm the acting Member of Parliament for Borabu. First, I need Kenyans to understand that now I'm the Member of Parliament for Dr. Fred Okengo Matiang'i.
Okay.
He comes from my constituency. He's the most popular leader from that region, and therefore, by extension, his political party is the most popular political party in that region.
The